should be a fun show, a decent show. It's not a go-home show, so we don't have any go-home dramas or any go-home nightmares to worry about. We do have quite an interesting card. They haven't revealed loads. They haven't revealed loads of things, but there's a little bit there. So an hour ago, there was a tweet that came out, and it says Naomi is going to challenge Charlotte. That is for the championship. You might remember last week, Sonya Deville said that she couldn't face Naomi this week because Naomi had a match against Charlotte, and it was for the title. And we were questioning why did she make it for the title. But that is for this week. We've got that tonight. Then we've also got Goldberg on the show. So that is going to be something that's going to have this community absolutely electrified. If there's one thing I know about this community, it loves Goldberg. Absolutely loves Goldberg. I think right now you're all sat there dressed as Goldberg. Every single one of you sat there right now dressed as Goldberg because this community cannot get enough of Goldberg. Then we've also got Sami Zayn inviting Shinsuke and Rick Boogs, my man, Rick Boogs, onto his Insane podcast. So we've got that happening. I'm sure we're going to be seeing a little bit of Aliyah as well. And the other thing, literally just saw this, there is a massive sign in Riyadh that has got Becky and Lita on it advertising the show. It's a positive, it's all positive. And they're saying that's the first time that women have been featured on a billboard to promote one of the wrestling shows. So, you can imagine Becky very proud of that fact. So, Becky, Lita on billboards in Riyadh, in Saudi Arabia, to promote the show that's coming up. Which is a weird thing to kind of shout about, but that has come a long way in all fairness. I mean, we were all watching the shows when women's matches weren't allowed. They wouldn't allow women's matches on those early shows. Now, not only are we getting a women's match, but we're seeing a couple of women's matches. They're now using the women to actively promote the show. So, that's good. I mean, it's a weird thing in 2022 to be bragging about, but this is the world that we live in, and fair play, it steps in the right direction, isn't it? So that's everything that I've seen in regards to what we've got coming up today. Straight after that, we've got AEW Rampage. Then we will switch over to the other channel where we'll be doing some Winter Olympics. I don't know what we've got Winter Olympic-wise, but it seems to me that up until around about, 8, 9 o'clock, it seems to be pretty good at the Winter Olympics. Then there seems to be a lull for about an hour or two, and then I think it gets quite good again. So we tend to do up until that about 8, 9 o'clock UK time, which is about 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. We actually ended last night with, I think Austin left us last night. Austin decided that he couldn't hold anymore. We were only going to be streaming for about another half an hour, but Austin was like, nah, I'm going, which is fine. That's absolutely fine to be abandoned like that. But I think after Austin left, that's when we saw a world record get broken. We actually watched a world record get broken for the speed skating, and that was really, really cool. So there's been some really great, really fun moments at these Winter Olympics. And as I say, I'm not sure what we're getting tonight, but I'm sure there will be some more. Maybe world records only get broken when Austin's not around. I don't know. I don't want to say that. I don't want to be going down those roads. But I'm just saying that's pretty interesting coincidence. Matthew says, Aliyah versus Natalya and Naomi and Charlotte. Who wins? Is Aliyah Natalya on this week's show again? Have they announced that match again? We're not getting that match again, are we? Are we? Are we? Are we? I'm trying to remember if last week she asked for another rematch. I genuinely can't remember. Who will win? I mean, in all fairness, I think that Sonya's going to cost Naomi. I'm not really intrigued by that title match at all. At no point do I think that Naomi is going to be winning that title. The rumors are that, I mean, like, WrestleMania is Charlotte against Ronda. So why would we be switching the title belt now? In many ways, I kind of feel that the titles should be locked in a little bit now. I know it's a little bit difficult because it's the middle of Feb, and that means it's over a month away until we get to WrestleMania. But I don't know, it just kind of feels like we know what the match is going to be at WrestleMania. So any thoughts of a title change now just doesn't, it's not going to happen. Charlotte's going to be the champion going into WrestleMania because she's going to be facing Ronda. So really tonight I'm watching to find out, how do they screw Naomi this week? How are they going to cheat Naomi this week? Yeah, that's my kind of feeling on that. I'd be really tempted to, like, as I said, lock it in. I think we all know what they're going to want to do. We're going to know what the match they've got planned is. And so I do always find around this time, any title matches become a little bit redundant. Although the exception would be we don't know what they want to do when it comes to Bobby and the WWE title, because his match hasn't been made yet. But I mean, look, Charlotte Ronda, you're getting that. Charlotte Ronda is happening at WrestleMania. Done. Lock it in. Yeah, that means now that Charlotte can't defend her title. Until we find out who Bobby's opponent is going to be or what's happening with the WWE title, we can't lock that in. So that one's got a bit of intrigue about it. But like, Brock Roman, that's the match they're going to do. So, Roman defending against Goldberg is pointless. It's pointless, which is why I don't care that it's Goldberg. Again, now that we know the match, it should get locked in. And then Roman can have matches, but the title just can't be on the line or something, because there's very little intrigue for me. I've said before, I would actually book the Bloodline for Elimination Chamber. I would actually do a match at Elimination Chamber that wasn't for the title. I would do Roman and the Usos Bloodline taking on 3 opponents, whoever it might be. I'm sure we can come up with a great match. Maybe 3 legends. Maybe we could have got 3 legends that just have had enough of Roman and the Usos and what they've been doing, and so they want to stand up to them. And so we get a really fun 3 legends versus the Bloodline match at Elimination Chamber. I would much prefer that than Goldberg versus Roman one-on-one. Goldberg could have been one of those legends as well. So you could still have got Goldberg on the card. And you could have got another couple of legends on the card as well. So I personally would have booked it that way. But that's why I don't think there's much intrigue tonight. If Naomi wins now, I mean, throw everything I've said out the window. I'll be absolutely stunned. But I'm pretty sure that Charlotte will be champion by the end of the show. And then Aliyah and Natalya. I still don't know if we're getting that match. If we are, it could go any which way, couldn't it? It could go any which way. I mean, Aliyah's been on a bit of a streak. I don't know if she's lost to Natalya. She was. I think she was going to tell her about a rematch, because wasn't she going to go into the locker room? And then she saw Zaya Lee leave the locker room, which meant Aliyah was either in there on her own or just in there with a couple of other women. And Natalya was like, I'll tell her next week. So, yes, I do remember that now. Who wins that? I'm just going to go Aliyah. I'll say Aliyah. If Natalya wins, then I think Natalya's going to take it too far and we get Zaya Lee again. So I'll go that way. Matthew said it is confirmed Aliyah and Natalya tonight. Yeah, I just remembered about the locker room thing that we were talking about last week. She went to tell her. She got the match from Sonya. She went to tell her. I think she went to tell her straight away or something. And she got to the locker room door and Zaya Lee walked out. And because Zaya Lee walked out and looked at her, and then this is what I didn't understand. She walked out, like, say if I've got an enemy. It's hard to believe. I know it's hard to believe, right? But you're just going to have to try. Imagine that I had an enemy and I managed to get a match against that enemy, right? Here I go, walking to speak to the enemy, yeah? I get to the locker room door where my enemy is, and then out walks this big scary person, and I go, all right. Yeah, and they walk off. They've gone now, so why aren't I going and telling my I don't understand. Why didn't she go in and, like, speak to her inside the locker room when Zaya Lee has just left? The person that you're scared of has just left. Like, you actually factually know that she's just left. So, I kind of think that that was a little bit weird. But she didn't tell her. She's like, I'll tell her next week. That was enough to scare Natalya. The boat got scared. So, she walked away. So, yeah, I forgot about that. So, yeah, we've got that match to look forward to. We've got Charlotte, Naomi. We've got some Goldberg. Oh, you lot love Goldberg. And I personally am looking forward to my man. He's my man now. Boogs. I love Boogs. I'm a big fan of Boogs. But I just hope they use him better. Hasib says, are you up all night until the United game? Will you sleep after that and not do the last Premier game? Am I right in saying that? You are right in saying that, yes. So my plan is that we do SmackDown, we do AEW, we do Winter Olympics. I'm not sure when we'll end Winter Olympics, but we'll end Winter Olympics whenever it's like comes to a natural point to end it. As I said, kind of feel that we get to like an 8, 9 o'clock in the morning UK time. And then naturally, it just feels like there's a lull. I don't know if it's kind of like the morning session ends before the evening session begins or quite what it is. But definitely feels like at that point there's a little bit of a... And then like nothing really happens for a couple of hours. There's like maybe a qualifying of an event that's a bit dull. But other than that, there's not really much going on. So once we kind of find that point, it'll present itself. We'll get to that point, and then I think we'll stop there. Then I'll probably go just quickly have something to eat. Make sure that I'm all set up for whatever I need to do, because then it'll be Man United, sleep, straight into UFC. So, yes, that is what we're doing. Unfortunately, we can't do the later game on today, or later today, because of, it's going to get in the way of the sleep. And I really do need to sleep because UFC 271 is my absolute priority this weekend. I know it's Super Bowl weekend, and we are doing the Super Bowl. That's something I meant to mention. We are doing the Super Bowl. It is over on the Football Days channel. We did the Super Bowl last year, and it was a lot of fun. I didn't know anything that was going on, but you'll be pleased to know I watched a video about the preview of the Super Bowl, and now I know all about Joe B. So I've learned about Joe B, and I know all about Odell Beckham and that catch that he did with one hand. And I also know about someone called Aaron. And I don't know anything else about it. But I know that it's at LA. I know that the LA Rams are favourite. I know they're the better team. I know that the Cincinnati Bengals, a.k.a. the Cinnamon Bagels, they are, they've got this really good quarterback called Joe B. He is maybe the next Tom Brady. He is about 25. I think he's in his second season. Like, I've learned some stuff. I've put in the work. So, I've got all of this information. I've worked hard. So, feel free to join us on that, because we are literally going to be watching it, enjoying it, having fun with the halftime show, and just, try. I genuinely, I'm going to try and take it, like, serious, because I don't think there'll be anything more annoying than watching the game and just watching someone messing everything up and whatever. So I'm going to try and watch, if I get a chance, watch some more videos, listen to some more predictions. But yeah, that's why it'd be cool to have people joining us that know about the game. So that's on Football Days on Sunday. Shola says, wow, you did good. Yeah, I did good. I mean, literally, I've watched one video. I promise I will capture footage of the wedding. Good. You better. Oh, you'd better. John said, no, it's Joe Burr. Joe Burr. Nate said, Ronda is boring. She has no place being at WrestleMania. You know who I think should be at WrestleMania? The legit boss. Well, I think the legit boss might make her presence felt tonight because the original plan apparently was Charlotte versus Sasha. That was the original plan. That's what Dave reported a while ago. And then she got mentioned last week. So, think about it. They didn't have to have Sonya say what Sonya said. Something happened last week that didn't need to happen. But they did it anyway, and they must have done it for a reason. Now, I could be wrong on this, but they must have done it for a reason. Sonya came out and said, Becky Lynch has told me that Ronda has chosen her. So we're here today to get you to choose your opponent for WrestleMania. Charlotte chose Sasha. Now, none of that needed to happen. Right? Sonya could have come out and said, we are here today to find out. We're going to introduce Ronda Rousey, and we are here to find out who she is going to choose to face at WrestleMania. Now, some people might say, yeah, but Ronda was a surprise. Like, we didn't know Ronda was there. We did. She announced that she was going to be on SmackDown on last week's Raw. She said, I'll make my decision and tell everyone on Friday, right? So we knew she was going to be there. So Ronda, they could have introduced Ronda. Ronda could have come out. She could have come to the ring. She could have said, I've thought about it, and I want Charlotte, right? She didn't. That's not how they did it. Instead, they had Sonya say, Becky Lynch has already told me that Ronda selected her, and that means we now need to choose an opponent for you. Charlotte chose an opponent. She chose Sasha Banks. She said the name out loud on TV, right? If I'm Sasha Banks, I've now been selected for WrestleMania. If I'm Sasha Banks, hang on, sorry. She said that she selected me. So I'm going to WrestleMania. I think this is a triple threat. And I think the reason they've done that, the way they've done it, is because Sasha is now going to potentially tonight, I don't know, I've seen no rumors, but just following the storyline, I think potentially tonight, potentially next week, Sasha's going to come out and say that her name was mentioned. She wants her WrestleMania match, and they make it a triple threat. So we get Sasha, Charlotte, Ronda Rousey, which actually makes a lot of sense because Ronda's been away from wrestling for like how many years? How green is she? How long has she been practicing in coming back? Like, where is she in regards to her match fitness? She's probably got a bit of ring rust. We've certainly got time to work with her and get her ready, but I don't know how much training she's been doing. I know she did a little bit of training with Ember Moon, believe it or not, because she actually thanked Ember Moon for helping getting her ready. So I know she did a bit of work with Ember Moon, but I don't know that she's done all that much. So maybe they're thinking, well, this gets Sasha onto the show, and it also will just protect Ronda a little bit. So I think if you're a Sasha fan, I wouldn't worry too much. I think there's a good chance that she actually makes it into that match. Because otherwise, why do that whole bit? Why have Sonya say you've got to pick an opponent and then name Sasha? Why do that? That was irrelevant. You didn't need to do it. Why do that? Mitchell said, Days, just a little bit of fun. All right, I'm down for a bit of fun. Let's have a look. What are we doing? Mitchell? Are we going to dress up as Beavis and Butthead and then go knocking on people's doors? Let's have a look. If Vince came to you right now and said, I need you to book a WrestleMania card with the roster, what would you book? Well, I mean, look, without going down the whole roster and doing a whole 2-day WrestleMania booking, I did get asked a question that was a bit similar to this last night and during the Olympic stream. And I was quite happy with the answer that we came up. So if someone was to say to me, what would you book for WrestleMania? The first thing that I would be thinking of is Gunther. He is, Roman's going to make it onto the card, isn't he? Roman's going to make it onto the card. I mean, if you could book anything, you would book Rock against Roman. You'd want to do that. I understand you're saying active roster, but we can find a credible, good, interesting match for Roman. That won't be a problem. And I think, him against Brock is fine. I don't have a problem with it. I know we've seen it many times before, but I think it's interesting that Roman is the heel this time around. I think it's interesting with the whole Paul Heyman cheating on Brock. I mean, will there be a moment where Brock gets his hands on Paul Heyman? Is that something? Is that a WrestleMania moment that we're going to get, if you will? I'm not sure. So I don't mind that match at all. Is that the match I would book? It'd be in the running. But the one match that I would be interested in was I would take Gunther, I'd take Walter. I would make him anti-American. So he is from Austria. He's got an Austrian accent. He obviously comes out in black, stands with his arms behind his back. He's very imposing. I wouldn't make it that, like, Austria hates America. I wouldn't do that. But I would do it that Walter hates America. And actually, he could even play into the fact that I've only just come here onto the main roster because up until this point, I refuse to live in this dirty, crime-ridden, poverty-stricken country. I really like something like that, just lay into America, say that he refused to go there before, but he's going there now because he wants to show America just how, like, weak it is or something. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's old school, but just have him, like, be, like, heel it up, lay into America. That's a cheap way of getting heat, but it works. I said last night, if you go to an arena and lay into the local sports team, you're going to get booed. If you're going to go to America and say how awful America is, you're going to get booed, right? So you manufacture, you build that heat, and then I think you need someone to stand up for America. Now, in the 80s, it would have been Hulk Hogan, wouldn't it? Hulkamania would have done it. We would have got Hogan versus Gunther back in the 80s. And this could have been, potentially a WrestleMania main event for WrestleMania 2 or WrestleMania 7 or something like this. But obviously, Hogan's not the person to be turning to right now. So I would go John Cena. I would bring in John Cena. I would get John Cena, and I would get John Cena to stand up for America and do Cena against Gunther. I'd make it an amazing match. I'd have Gunther get the victory. I'd have Gunther win. I'd have Gunther win clean as well. But there might be a little bit of cheating in there. Maybe the other members of Imperium could try and interfere, like, during the match. But the actual ending of the match, I would make it clean. And then, you go forward with this heel, this monster heel that hates America and has got a credible win at WrestleMania. You beat John Cena at WrestleMania, then you are someone, because there's a lot of casual fans that only tune in once in a blue moon. Do you know what I mean? They only tune in once in a while. So they might tune in for Rumble. They might tune in for WrestleMania. I really like Gunther versus Cena. It's a big match. It's got a big match feel. It doesn't matter if you haven't seen Walter or Gunther or however you're calling him. It doesn't matter if you haven't seen him. John Cena's a big deal. So Cena against Gunther, the match will get eyes. Gunther can then get the victory. That then means that people are going to be looking to see who can be the one to beat him, who's going to shut him up. And, it kind of then helps going forwards because you've got this monster that's laying into America, bad-mouthing America, and people are going to be desperate to find someone to shut it up. Ultimately, the suggestion was made last night, that could be a great way of them bringing in Gable Steveson, the guy that won the Olympic gold medal, and maybe he becomes the one to beat Gunther. Gable Steveson, Olympic gold medal in wrestling, big signing by WWE. He was part of the draft, but we haven't seen him yet. And I thought that they would have him at the Rumble, actually. I thought they would have debuted him by now, because what was the point in mentioning him? He got mentioned during the draft in, like, November. Here we are, like, in February. We still haven't seen him. So, either way, I'm sure he'll be at WrestleMania. I don't know if he'll be in a match or If he'll just be there, like, doing an interview, maybe they'll start him the night after WrestleMania. I don't know. I haven't heard any rumors about Gable Steveson, but I really like the idea of Gunther getting a credible win, a big win over someone like Cena, and then Stevenson's comes along. So I'd be really, really tempted to book that match. Again, I don't know if that's going to count, but because I don't know if Cena counts as active roster. But in all fairness, the only thing I'd say is you could get Cena. You could get Cena for a WrestleMania. It might not be this year's, but you could get Cena. He is still someone that competes. We saw him at SummerSlam. And we know that they want to do Rock Roman. So I think that would, be amazing as well. I would have been really tempted to have done Liv Morgan and Sarah Logan against the Bellas. I'm stunned they haven't done that. Liv Morgan, Sarah Logan against the Bellas. The Bellas eliminated the Riot Squad from the Rumble. And then they were like, losers and all this kind of stuff. And I was like, oh, right, they're definitely doing that match. Nothing's happened. No, we haven't heard any more about that. So I would be really tempted to do Sarah Logan, Liv Morgan against the Bellas. I don't think Liv's going to have anything this side of WrestleMania. I think that she is out the title pictures, which is a shame, but her time will come. Her time will come. So why not put her with Sarah Logan? Have a little run with those two again. So yeah, I'd be tempted to look at that as well. James says, imagine if we got Imperium against the Shields. That would be good. That would be really good. It would mean, obviously, Moxley coming back. But do you know what? I wish he would. I wish he would come back because I'm not a fan of what he does in AEW. I said before, to me, he just comes across like a petulant child. He doesn't come across to me like a badass. To me, he's like barging around in the crowds, acting all like I'm the big man and moody and all this kind of stuff. And I don't know, there's people that watch that and I don't know, think it's cool or whatever, but I don't. I look at it and I'm just like, I don't mind him coming through the crowd. Like, there's a difference, like, when the Shield came through the crowd, they stood in the crowd, they looked around, they looked, like, really cool, and then they'd, like, make their way down. And they'd be, like, touching people's hands as they're making their way down. And they were a bit more calculated. Like, do you know what I mean? The way they moved down to the ring was a bit more calculated, was a bit more, how you doing? They were focused, but, yeah, but, like, the way he operates, like, barging around in the crowd and everything, knocking over signs and, like, he doesn't come across, like, he just comes across like a tool to me. He doesn't come across like a badass. He's a bit like a kid at school, like the bully at school that kind of, storms around acting like the hard man. And everyone else is just like, oh, man, what a douche. But that's why I want him to. I'd love for him to go back to WWE, go back to the Ambrose character, go back to the Shields, go back to, having like some decent matches. His booking was wrong. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that in WWE his booking was great because it wasn't. His booking was not good enough at all. And so there would be a concern with that. But if it was another Shield run, you got to think the booking would be great. If it was going to be another Shield run, I think the booking would be really, really strong. So yeah, I'd Shield against Imperium would have been awesome. I think there's other things you could do as well. I mean, we could be doing Ambrose against Rollins like now, because Rollins is a heel. We would have had a babyface Ambrose. We could have been getting some really good matches. Plus, Ambrose is a star. He is a star. There's no two ways about that. He is a star. He's a former WWE champion. He's now obviously gone to AEW and won that title. There's a lot of people that really like him and support him. I think that like WWE would have benefited from having him still around. I don't think they wanted to lose Ambrose, but I think Ambrose is someone that likes to do that death match kind of stuff. He likes to do the death match stuff, and WWE would not allow blood or allow him to go as far as what he wants to go. So I don't see him coming back. I think that for him, he wants to do the stuff that he's doing. I think I think that, to be honest, he doesn't like being Ambrose. I think that's what it comes down to. I don't think he likes Dean Ambrose. I think he wants to be Jon Moxley. And Jon Moxley is more extreme. Jon Moxley does death matches. Jon Moxley pushes things further than Dean Ambrose does. Matthew says, who have you got in the women's elimination chamber? I've got Liv Morgan. I've got Bianca. I'm thinking Bianca will win. I'm thinking Bianca wins so that we get Becky versus Bianca, and then Bianca can get revenge for SummerSlam. Liv wouldn't make a great deal of sense. I can't remember how she lost at day one, but I feel like it was clean. I don't know if it was meant to be clean, but I feel like it was clean. But I can't remember there being too much talk about how Becky cheated against Liv. I'm sure she did. Becky's a heel. But something in my head says that it was maybe meant to be that she cheated, but there was a botch. And so maybe it was ended clean. But they faced a few times, and I might be getting a bit confused or something. But I don't know. I don't feel like there's much to build on with Liv. I think she had a chance, and it didn't go her way. So I think like it's time for someone else, and I think that next person is Liv. No, Bianca. So that's who I've got. I was at the cinema seeing a film in 4D. You need to stream in 4D. What did you see in 4D, Wrestle with Andy? What did you see in 4D? I went to a cinema that was, I think that claimed to be 4D. And it was like a Honey, I Shrunk the Kids thing at, I think, was it Universal or Disney? And you sit in the theater, and it's only a short film, and the film's in 3D. But then when something happens, you can feel it. So, you know, if there's, I remember there was a box of mice, and the box of mice fell onto the floor, and all of a sudden on the floor, these little bursts of air shot into your legs. So it was like into your legs, like there was little things in the seats in front, and it really felt like there was something moving around your legs. So you see this box fall, and then you got these like little bursts of air around you, and you're like, oh my god, that was horrible. That was horrible. That was not fun. Whoever invented that didn't invent something fun. So I can't remember where that was. Universal, it was Florida. That was cool. So when I think 4D, I always think about that. So it's bringing another level of immersion to the cinematic experience. I think there was also something as well where someone came in and sprayed some perfume, and there was like a smell that, again, like it was built into the seat in front, that like lavender or something was like, you know, squirted into the air. So I think it's that next level of immersion. Seth was on Pat's show. He said his Mount Rushmore was Shawn, Brett, Eddie, Bryan Danielson. What is your Mount Rushmore? My Mount Rushmore would be... Who did Seth say? Shawn, Brett, Eddie, and Daniel Bryan. My Mount Rushmore would be... It's difficult, isn't it? I mean, like, what? It's difficult, really difficult. I would do it. I would do. I would do Ed Strangler Lewis, Luthez, Ric Flair, and maybe Undertaker. There's people like Luthez. I've watched quite a bit of Luthez. Luthez was the NWA champion in the 50s, one of the longest reigning champions, invented loads of moves, including, obviously, a move that we still hear about today, which is the Thez Press. So, you know, when you've got an opponent standing and you jump at them and you knock them down with your knees, and then that means that you're, like, on top of them on the ground, which then means you can start pounding away. That's called a Thez Press. And Luthez invented that. But there's lots of other moves that Luthez invented as well. So, I always find like the Mount Rushmore's tricky, because if we're talking about the importance of wrestling, like the importance to wrestling, then, you've got to include people like that, because you wouldn't be where you are now without them. I read something the other day that Toots Mondt, right? Toots Mondt was a guy that helped set up WWE, and apparently he was the guy that took wrestling and put it into a boxing ring. Now, if we didn't have Toots Mondt, you might not even have a ring that the wrestlers competed in. The reason they compete in a ring is because they were using boxing rings for early wrestling matches. So Toots Mondt is someone that's really important to wrestling. But he might have done some wrestling, but his work as a promoter and as kind of an innovator in wrestling is a lot more important. So you wouldn't put him on a Mount Rushmore. But like Ed Strangler Lewis, if you speak to like wrestling historians, they regard him as arguably the most important wrestler in history, Ed Strangler Lewis, because wrestling was really waning. It was really struggling around like the 1930s, and he came along and he was like really, really dangerous. He had his choke hold was like so deadly and dangerous. That's why they called him the Strangler. And so it's really difficult. I mean, if the Mount Rushmore is going to be what people that you've watched and enjoyed, you're probably going to be just focused on the 90s, the 2000s. But I mean, what about the 60s, the 70s, the 50s, the 40s, the 30s? It's very naive to think that the best wrestlers that have ever lived are now. Do you know what I mean? It's probably very naive to think that the best wrestlers that have ever lived have been around in the past 200 years. You could probably go back 500 years and find someone that was the best wrestler ever, or 800 years. But we don't have that documented, or certainly they're not on my radar. So for me, my knowledge of wrestling goes back to about the 1800s, with people like Farmer Burns and the carnivals and the circuses that wrestling was kind of shown in. And then you've got Frank Gotch, you've got George Hackenschmidt, then you've got Jenkins, then you've got Strangler Lewis. I love that kind of history of wrestling. So this is what I'm saying. When you talk about a Mount Rushmore, it's really difficult, because do you just go, okay, the Mount Rushmore of people that I like in WWE from the 90s to now, or do you go back and talk about how it affects wrestling in general? Like what would the parameters be? Are we talking your favorite wrestlers to watch? Because I ain't watched loads of Ed Strangler Lewis, right? I'll be the first to admit that, but I've read a lot about him and I know his importance to wrestling. So if you're looking at like people that to watch, or are you talking about the most important people, or how it's difficult. It's really difficult. So I would if we're talking like people from WWE in the 90s and the 2000s, but then like Andre wasn't around. So I mean, like Andre the Giant is a massive name as well. Bruno Sammartino from the 60s. I I've watched lots of Bruno. I've watched lots of Andre. I love both of those guys. Superstar Billy Graham as well. I think, I don't know, I just think that would say to me that like Seth hasn't really gone back too much. Like, I think Seth's probably been grown up in the 90s, watched the 90s. And I suppose in a way, like, it's difficult to go back and watch that kind of older stuff. But it is out there. If you search for it, it is out there. It's on YouTube. You can even find bits on the WWE Network. But I think reading about it is really important to find out why it worked and why people liked it. Because you can watch some of that older stuff and it can be a bit flat and it can be a bit boring. But you have to understand that it was a development. So, some of those older matches, they are slow. And there are lots of bear hugs. And there are lots of like moments where things don't happen. But that's because like it was more of a contest, and it was a lot of that crowd believed what they were seeing was true, whereas now pretty much no one in the crowd believes what they're watching is a real contest. But back in the day it was, so it had to be presented as more of a real contest, and also so it had to be presented as more of a proper struggle, a proper battle, which is why you don't get the same matches that you kind of do now. Plus also, every innovation has pushed the sport forwards and pushed it to a different place. But I genuinely don't feel that where wrestling is right now is better than where it's been. It's a different product. Certainly if you look at something like AEW. AEW with its let's do every move ever known in every match at 100 miles an hour doesn't do it for me. I'm just being honest. That those matches, there's a lot about AEW that I do like. But those matches which are let's do every move that's ever been invented, all in this one match, let's not feel the effects of any of them. Let's just do spot after spot after spot at 100 miles an hour, visually might be appealing to some people. And certainly from a social media point of view, where you can take those and actually put it out onto social media, is very good from a business point of view. But as an actual contest that I personally can sit, watch, and enjoy, and get lost in, it doesn't do it for me. Doesn't do it for me at all. And there's been a lot of that in AEW in recent years. I'm looking at the Bucks. I'm looking at the Lucha Bros. Yeah, if those two teams got dropped off in Alaska and we never saw them again, I wouldn't be upset. So I do like to go back and look at some of the older stuff. So. If we were gonna chisel away into a mountain, like maybe people that need to be recognized, then I think we've got to be chiseling in Edge Strangler Lewis, Luthez, Ric Flair, and then the last one's the tricky one for me because Undertaker, you could argue Undertaker's so important to the history of wrestling. Really a gimmick that really got over. Really, he main evented. WrestleManias, he was the main, never quite the main man, but he was kind of in a way always the main man. It was a really interesting, do you know what I mean? Like he was never the guy to carry the company, but then he always was the guy that was carrying the company. Whatever was happening at the top was irrelevant because you always had Undertaker. Whoever they put the title on, it was irrelevant because you always had the streak. So he kind of was the guy that carried the company, but didn't carry the company. And, on his foundation, you could then build the Stone Cold McMahon story. You could build, John Cena. You could build The Rock, because you always had The Undertaker underpinning everything. So he was this constant that was always there, that was the foundation that kept the house strong. And then you built the house on top. But I could understand people saying, Stone Cold made more money, so Stone Cold should be the final one. I could understand that. But Stone Cold's career was very short. It was very, very short. Wasn't it 96 to 01, 02, something along these lines? He retired at WrestleMania 19, so I think was that 03, maybe 04. Hang on. 2001 was 17. 2002 was 18. 2003 was 19. So 2003 he was done. We're talking 96 Austin 316 at King of the Ring, and then at WrestleMania 19 he was done. It's not a long run, is it, for that Stone Cold character? 96 to 03. Undertaker went for 30 years, on and off. But, do you go Stone Cold? Do you go Undertaker? Do you go Hulk Hogan? You can't deny Hulkamania. Hulkamania was, without Hulkamania succeeding, there wouldn't have been an Undertaker and there wouldn't have been a Stone Cold. So you can't deny Hulkamania. It's very interesting. Very interesting. It's not me being critical. It's just what you say with Bucks. Lucha Bros never did it for you. That was people's match of 2021. That was some people's match of 2021. It certainly wasn't everyone's match of 2021. So no, it doesn't do it for me. That match in particular, I think, is rubbish. I zoned out during it. So I know that Dave Meltzer liked it, but then Dave Meltzer enjoys that kind of wrestling. And it is, each to their own, hence why I said, for me, it doesn't work. Doing every move and no selling a load of stuff. They do a move, they basically no sell it. They might just sell the effects of it for a moment, and then, fast forward, they're up there doing super kicks. Like, nothing has any long-term effect to it. Like, watch the match again with that in mind. If you watch the match and think, are these moves meant to be hurting them? Like, it's literally just a series of spots. I mean, they might as well have, in that match, they might as well have just turned to the audience, gone, now we're going to do double super kick followed by symmetry on the German suplexes. Yeah, so thank you. And then they go and do it, and then we applaud, and then they come back and go, thank you, thank you. Now we're going to do double missile drop kick followed by symmetry on the German suplexes. Just have a little look, so we are going to put a little tweak in there as well. Nice little surprise for you. So thank you. Enjoy this. And then they go and do that, and then we go, because it just felt like spot. I didn't feel like I was watching a contest. I didn't feel like I was watching a back and forth struggle. What I felt like I was watching was a series of spots that was put together within a time period, and then that was called a match. It didn't do it for me. Didn't do it for me at all. But I appreciate that Dave liked it. I can only imagine that he enjoyed it in a way that people enjoy figure skating, and then when someone does a move, you go, well, that was great. That was great. I give that move an 8.7 or something like this. I have no idea, because as an actual match, if we're judging it as a contest, if we're judging it as a struggle between two teams to try and gain a victory, if we're judging it in those parameters, it's a mess. It's a sham. It's not a contest. It's not a wrestling match, right? It's ironic that they call it pro wrestling. Now, I understand that things evolve, and maybe things have evolved to a point where it's left me behind. But to me, I like a contest where there's a back and forth, and there's a struggle, and people are having to dig deep, and there's selling, and there's real drama and emotion, and it was void of all of that for me. I thought it was rubbish. I honestly thought that match was rubbish. But as I said, I keep coming back to it. I appreciate Dave Meltzer liked it, and I appreciate a lot of AEW fans liked it as well. But that doesn't surprise me. Of course, AEW fans liked it. A lot of AEW fans out there, not all of them, but a lot of AEW fans out there will like whatever AEW gives them, because they are so anti-WWE that it doesn't matter what they get. There was a lot of AEW fans that were defending Joey Janela, defending Sonny Kiss, defending Marco Stunt, defending the early days of AEW, saying it was brilliant. No, this is brilliant. No, this is brilliant. And you look back at it now and you go, I mean, we were saying at the time that it wasn't, and you go back and look back at it now and it wasn't. Like, some of the stuff they've done over the years has been rubbish, absolutely rubbish. I would say, just to give AEW some credit, because I have knocked them a bit there, just to give them some credit, I think that where they are now is in a very good place. I actually think AEW right now is in its strongest place it's been, because you've got a wrestler like Bryan Danielson that does care about wrestling and wants to put on a match, wants to put on a contest. His matches against Kenny Omega have been brilliant. His matches with Hangman Page have been brilliant. I've really enjoyed those. Those to me, that is wrestling. That is wrestling to me. Serena Deeb, look at Serena Deeb's matches. She's been getting a lot of praise, and rightfully so. I think what Serena Deeb does is brilliant. I mean, she could be right now the best female wrestler. I would say in the world, but I haven't watched much Shimmer and all that kind of stuff, Stardom and whatnot. There could be some amazing talent in those or women promotions. But of the promotions I watch, I would say Serena Deeb is the best female wrestler right now. I'd have no problem saying that. So they've arguably got the best female wrestler. They've arguably got the best male wrestler. I think Bryan Danielson is probably the best male wrestler. They've obviously brought in CM Punk, which is a massive attraction. They're bringing through some great talent with Sammy Guevara, Darby Allin. They're bringing through some really great talent. They've still got work to do, but AEW are, for me, in the strongest place they've been since they started. But you've got to call a spade a spade. You've got to call it how you see it. If you're going to tell everyone that something's brilliant when it isn't, then all you're doing is you're just weakening your credibility. And I just don't think it's been that great. More weeks than not, I was scoring NXT higher than AEW when they were going head-to-head. I thought that NXT was the better product. And surprise, surprise, they go and bring in Adam Cole. They go and bring in Undisputed Era. They go and bring in Keith Lee. Like, all of a sudden now, a lot of these, like, ex-NXT stars that they were competing against, they're now bringing in and replacing your Joey Janela's, your Sonny Kisses, your Marco Stunts, which is the right thing to do. It's the right thing to do, but that, in a way, is Tony Khan and AEW recognizing that NXT was, a good product, and that the people responsible for that good product are worth bringing in. And that's what they've gone and done. So, it's in its strongest place it's been for a while. Maybe ever. Matthew said, what is the first women's matchup today? I don't know, buds. I don't know what we've got today in regards to match order. I'm sure we'll start probably with Goldberg. Then, who no one's going to be excited to see. Then we're going to move on to... I don't know when. I mean, I'm trying to think what the main event will probably be. Will they do Charlotte Naomi as the main event? Probably not. Because I reckon that's going to have a screwy finish. So I could imagine it being a case they'll probably drop that in the middle, and that'll probably be the kind of match that takes us from hour 1 into hour 2. So I reckon Goldberg to open, Charlotte Naomi in the middle. I don't know what the main event will be. I don't know what they'll... and Aliyah and Natalya will just get dropped into the show somewhere. I can't imagine. That's just going to be a short little thing, I'm sure. Won't be the first match, won't be the main event, but it'll be a little match that gets dropped in somewhere. I watched Matt Hardy's podcast today. He talks about his brother Jeff might be going to AEW, says Matthew. Yeah, there's a lot of talk about that, about how Jeff could go to AEW and team up with Matt. And honestly, I think that would be good for Jeff. I think it would be good for Matt. I think it would be good for AEW, because I think that Matt in this Matt Hardy family thing has been rubbish. I think that he got brought in as, broken Matt Hardy. They did the teleport thing. They did the changing of clothes underwater. And the changing of clothes in an ice box. They did like these kind of supernatural things. And to be honest, I'm not just saying it because I don't like those supernatural things, but it didn't land with the audience. Whatever feedback they got was not positive enough for them to continue down that path. Whatever feedback they got was not good enough or strong enough for them to want to continue with that. They got a big backlash about the teleporting. I saw the backlash on the teleporting. I must admit, I didn't see much of a backlash on him changing clothes underwater. But there was a backlash on the teleporting. So it feels like when they initially brought him in, they were open to exploring that. And exploring him being woke and broken and... think about it, like they brought him in, and I think people were interested in the broken Matt Hardy and interested in Vanguard 1, interested in, deletion matches, and I think that was something that people were interested in, and for whatever reason, it didn't kind of play out that way. The teleporting didn't quite work. The character didn't quite work, and so instead he changed it to this big money Matt, which I thought had potential. But it's just been rubbish. It's just been rubbish. I think, it's just him, as a leader of a group with really not anything else happening. Maybe it's been brilliant on his YouTube channel. Maybe it's been great on Dark or Elevation. Perhaps they've given him time to talk, and I just don't get to see him talk that much. But I don't think it's worked, man. So get him away from that. Get him back with his brother. I mean, Hardy Boys against Young Bucks is going to be a match people will be really excited for. Hardy Boys against Lucha Bros will be a match people will be really excited for. Hardy Boys against FTR would be a match people would be really excited for. People just love Jeff anyway. So I think it would be a better way to use Matt. People love Jeff. It would be a massive boost to the tag division. Kind of ticks a lot of boxes. So I like the idea of that. I think that's probably the best way to use them. And maybe you could have Jeff have a little solo run at some point. I don't think people would be down on seeing him be the AEW champion, but I don't think that should be a focus, to be honest. I don't think you should bring him in with that in mind. Although, how much would people love Darby Allin against Jeff Hardy? How much would people love that match? Darby Allin against Jeff Hardy would be amazing to watch. Certainly if it was like a ladder match as well. For the TNT title or something. Like you could book something really cool there. So, yeah, it'd be a good addition, that would. Be a good addition. Zach, hello. Hope you are well. Do you possibly think Goldberg could beat Roman just like he did The Fiend? And which would be more shocking, Goldberg beating The Fiend or Goldberg beating Roman? I don't see it, so I really don't see it. What would be more shocking, I think, would be... What would be more shocking? What would be more shocking? That's a really good question. What would be more shocking? I didn't see The Fiend loss coming at all. I didn't see Goldberg beating The Fiend. And I really don't see Goldberg beating Roman. They'd have to be about the same. That's a bit of a cop-out because, if I could say this one was worse, but I can't really split them because I couldn't see either losing. Like, they're both champions. They were both champions at basically the same show. But, I mean, you remember that Bray Fiend lost the title just before WrestleMania, so it wasn't the November show, it was this show. So... it would be the same. They're both champions. I don't see either losing. The Fiend was such an important character that a loss for The Fiend was just unimaginable. But then this version of Roman, a loss, him losing is maybe not unimaginable, but Goldberg wouldn't be the right person to give that to. I don't know. I really don't know. I think they're about the same. If someone had a gun to my head and they was like, "You've got to choose," I think I'd say Fiend would be more shocking if someone had a gun to my head. And the only reason I say that is because a loss here to Goldberg doesn't ruin the Roman character because he's gonna lose eventually, but it just wastes an opportunity because there's an opportunity for someone. To go and beat Roman and become a star, right? With The Fiend, I don't think that was ever really the opportunity. The thing with The Fiend was I expected to actually be kept strong for a long, 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 long time. So The Fiend, I wasn't waiting for someone to beat The Fiend. I was just looking to see how The Fiend was going to be booked. So I think The Fiend losing did more damage to The Fiend than Roman losing would do damage to Roman. Because we've seen Roman lose. Roman's lost matches before. So I think, as Austin likes to tell us, Roman's last defeat came to Baron Corbin, Happy Corbin. So we've seen Roman lose before. So if I had to choose, I would say The Fiend. But my honest answer is it's really close. Really close. James said, as great as Bryan Danielson has been, Jonathan Gresham has been better. I must admit, I haven't seen him. I am aware of him, and I love his octopus mask that he wears during his entrance and everything. But I haven't seen him, and I must admit, I haven't heard much hype around his matches. I mean, that's the problem with where he is. I'd love for him to get to AEW, if that option arose, because I'd love to, get some eyeballs on him, because he could be having killer matches, and people just not seeing them. Well, not many people seeing them, not as many people seeing them. So, yeah, I'd like to see some more of Grishin. Great entrance attire, though. Great entrance attire. Do you think Beth could be the last person in the chamber, as I think she's making a return and she keeps teasing it, or would you have her win the title? I wouldn't have Beth win the title. No, I think Beth's had her time. So, yeah, I think she's had her time, so I wouldn't have her win the Rumble, but I've no problem with her being the final entrant. I think people probably are hoping for a Bayley or an Asuka, though. Okay, we're just watching. We are live with Smackdown. If you are just joining us, hello. We are seeing a replay of last week with Ronda and Charlotte and Sonya. Ronda putting the armbar on Sonya, and that might mean that she now gets suspended. I'm sure there will be some repercussions from that. We are in the arena. Do you think WWE Mustafa Ali could work something out? Because he's definitely been used on SmackDown, and Hard Feelings might have cooled by now. Yeah, I reckon they could work something out. I mean, he says that he's got a message he wants to deliver that's bigger than pro wrestling. And, I just think that they need to sit down and figure out how to use him. Corey Graves is on commentary with Michael Cole. Dreams do indeed come true. Here's Sonya. She's got her arm busted. I thought we might start with Goldberg, but maybe we're going to go with the suspension angle instead. Here we go. I have to acknowledge the unprovoked, unprofessional attack. So, Sonya's in the ring. She's got her arm in a sling. I'm not sure anyone has asked. If already answered, no problem, Mav. What is your favourite finisher? It's a good question, buddy. I like finishers. I like finishers that come out of nowhere. I think they're the most exciting. There will be consequences for Ronda here. There will be consequences. Boos towards Sonya. Ronda fined 100,000. And suspended indefinitely. So, fined 100,000 and suspended. Oh, here's Adam Pearce. So Vince, Mr. McMahon has sent an email. I bet it's just gibberish. Sonya, you've been abusing your power. Declined. So the petition is declined. I like how he said, I can't stand a WWE official that abuses their power. That came in from Mr. McMahon. You can't lay a hand on Naomi. If you disobey me, your job will be... Your job will be in serious jeopardy. So, Naomi's coming out. Wow. Oh, it's a good start, man. It's the start I wasn't expecting. I thought they were just going to do a normal she's suspended. Adam Pearce has come out and said, Mr. McMahon says no. And now Naomi is making her way down to the ring. So it looks like we're going to be getting Naomi in action against Charlotte first, which means they're going to give them some time, actually. They have really been investing in Naomi, which is great to see. She's been getting loads of TV time. So, Naomi in the ring. So, yeah, Matt, just to answer that question, I like finishers that come out of nowhere. So, like RKO, DDT, those kinds of moves. The Stunner. So, it would have to be one of those. Mr. McMahon said, you can't lay a hand on me, but he never said I can't lay a hand on you. Yeah, I think that was a given, though. Oh, so we're not getting that match now. In all fairness, I probably should have looked at her footwear. She's got big boots on. Not wrestling boots, but like big boots. I don't think she's wrestling in them. Between WWE and AEW, who do you think does the best promos? It's a bit tricky, isn't it? Because, like, I think in general, you'd probably say AEW. Because a lot of the WWE ones are scripted, and I don't think they're very good. But WWE's promos, you know, if you include Paul Heyman, and you include The Miz, and you include Roman, like, they're good. They, you know, Paul Heyman is maybe the best at cutting promos. You know, Roman's been doing some really great stuff. Miz is a good talker, and he's a good promo, and he serves the purpose. Sometimes he doesn't have the best things to say, but he definitely can command an audience. So I think by and large, I would say that AEW get it right by allowing the wrestlers to do, say their own words. They don't script the promos, but that freedom sometimes backfires. I've seen some bad promos in AEW as well. But by and large, I would say AEW probably get the promos better than WWE. But there's still plenty of good promos in WWE. We're seeing Los Lotharios doing a photo shoot and New Day interrupt. Imagine filing charges for assault and battery inside a wrestling promotion. Imagine inside UFC. That's true. Right, we're just seeing New Day and Los Lotharios. We're 10 minutes in. 10 minutes in. Matthew says, imagine Sonya versus Ronda. That'd be all right. Down for that. Sonya's got a bit of an MMA background. Not much, but that'd be all right. I'd imagine she'd get beaten very comprehensively. Okay, we got New Day. I'm guessing this is New Day against Los Lotharios, is it? Los Lotharios. I thought that open was all right. Oh, it was all right. What I liked about it is it went a direction I wasn't expecting. So Sonya came out with her arm. I fully expected her to say what she said. I'm going to fine and suspend Ronda. But I wasn't expecting Adam Pearce to come out and go, no. Vince McMahon says you won't be doing that. And he also says that you won't be interfering in the match later. That makes me think, okay, well, she'll just get someone else to do it. She'll just get, like, you know, Carmella or Queen Zelina or someone will interfere on her behalf. So, like, it doesn't really change that for me. But it went away I wasn't expecting, so give him props for that. Shadow Ninja said, have you heard about the 6 NXT superstars currently partaking? I swear I thought that said parking. In dark matches, those superstars are Io Shirai, Dakota Kai, Pete Dunne, Tommaso Ciampa, LA Knight, and Roderick Strong. I haven't heard about people that are taking part in dark matches. I wouldn't be surprised to see those getting called up. Io has been due for a long time. Tommaso's been due for a long time. LA Knight has been, you know, LA Knight doesn't need NXT. I mean, he's competed in TNA and NWA and multiple promotions. Like, he's an absolute veteran. Pete Dunne, I mean, I suppose Pete Dunne's a little bit of a surprise. But he's been around a long time. I mean, that NXT UK Championship tournament was 2017. It's been 5 years since that tournament in Blackpool. So, yeah, I kind of think that, you know, I'd love to see Pete Dunne on the main roster. I just don't really have much confidence that Vince is going to know how to use Pete Dunne. And his promos sound weird to me. Like, his promos sound slowed down, which I can understand because he's got quite a thick Birmingham accent. He's a Brummie. He's from Birmingham. So he has to talk like this. Listen, mate. He's talking like that. That's how Pete Dunne is talking. Nice and slow. Listen here, mate. Like, he has to really, like, slow it down, like, the words, so that people can understand what he's saying. But, to my ears, and maybe to yours, it just sounds a bit off. It doesn't sound like a person talking normally. It's like, it has to slow it down. They make Nikki Cross do the exact same thing. Nikki ASH. She, if you hear her promo, she does the same thing. Shut up, mate. Shut up, mate. You have to put a bit more, like, depth to my voice to get to Pete Dunne. Shut up, mate. Shut it, mate. Yeah. I've never watched wrestling, and it looks interesting. I like the content, says Dylan Gaming. Hello, Dylan Gaming. You've never watched wrestling? It is interesting. It's very interesting. It's a smorgasbord. There's lots of different content to enjoy out there in the world of wrestling. Do you disagree when people say the Bucks are the greatest tag team of this generation? Yes. I don't think they're the greatest tag team of this generation. What I would say about the Bucks is I think that they know the moves. They can execute the moves. And I think if they wanted to do a different style of match where they just used a few moves, did some selling, put on a classic, they have the ability to do that, the Bucks. It's just not their go-to style. That's just not their go-to. So as a tag team, I think they are very talented. I don't think the Bucks are rubbish at wrestling. I think that they are very good wrestlers. But I think the way that they apply their skills are wrong for me. I think that, as I said, the style of match that they wrestle, for me, is just done to try and catch people's eyes. It's done for social media. It's done to, you know, just kind of be little memes and GIFs. But as an actual contest itself, as a struggle, as a match, I would argue there are better teams that are able to do that. FTR. I think FTR is a better tag team that can put on a better, more engaging tag team match. Might not be as eye-catching because they don't do spot after spot after spot after spot after spot. But I think FTR are a better team. I think the Usos are a better team because I don't think the Usos do spot after spot after spot. Like, again, they do sprinkle things in. I think the New Day are better. Like, honestly, I would say that the Bucks are a very, very skilled team. But they are, for me, not the greatest at all. But they have shown an ability to do maybe a wider move set than some of the other teams. You know, if you're basing it on how many moves could they do, who can do the most moves? If you were basing it on that, maybe you would go with the Bucks. But WWE doesn't allow, wrestlers to kind of wrestle that style, the Young Bucks style of match. Young Bucks they would be forced to do a different style of match if they were in WWE. They just have a lot more freedom in AEW to do what they want to do. And one of the things that AEW has shown us is that if wrestlers are allowed to do what they want to do, it doesn't always work out for the best. Sometimes it works. Oh, hello, what's this? We got a kiss cam. We got a kiss cam. They've got to have planted someone in the crowds. They got to have planted. I can't believe that they're just going to kiss a random stranger. Not with COVID. If they are going to kiss someone, then yeah, look, she is so obviously look. Yeah, oh, look. Yeah, look, a young lady just there, and she loves being on camera as well. So there we go, a little kiss cam. That woman, guys, she came to the wrestling on her own. She's got a little white top on. She just happened to be in the perfect spot, right in the corner. And I mean, I don't know about you, but I'm looking forward to spotting that young lady later in the show. I'm really looking forward to seeing her sitting there watching the show in about an hour's time. So I'm sure she will be. I'm sure she will be sat down in the crowd just watching the show. I'm sure she's bought a ticket. Amazing. There's no way that Roman will beat Goldberg at Elimination Chamber. It will be Brock Goldberg. I'm sorry. That happened at WrestleMania 20, and it should happen at 38, says Rachel. So there we go. It's gonna be. There's no way. It's impossible. Impossible. Apparently, WrestleMania commercials are going to be aired during the Super Bowl. Really? That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. Are they really doing that? WWE did a WrestleMania commercial before. Well, I don't think it was WrestleMania, but it was to promote WWE, and it didn't really work. I mean, it was a great looking commercial. It's got like you go around like the head offices, and there's just all these wrestlers in the head office. And if you've never seen it, search for it. Search WWE Super Bowl commercial. It might have even been WWF at the time. It's a good commercial and it's fun, but apparently it costs so much money to do and to air, because you know how much like the Super Bowl slots are, that they've never done it again. That's why I say it didn't work. Not because the commercial was bad. The commercial was great, but I just think it cost them so much, and I don't think they saw the benefit of it. Sam said, she seems like a die-hard WWE fan. Yeah. Guys, she's just one of us. She's just one of us. I think most of you are sat there in, like, little white tops with the straps coming down. Like, you know, your makeup on and everything. You're just like, loving life. Where is she? I'm just scanning that front row to see if I can see her, because she must have just sat back down in her seat. But I'm just struggling to spot her at the moment. Hollywood Guy says, Days, it's been a while. I just want to get your reaction to Keith Lee in AEW, good or bad. When will we see Team Extreme? So we were just talking about Jeff, and we don't know when Jeff's going to come in. But it's probably once his 90 days is up, if that's what he's got. If he's got a 90-day non-compete, they'll want to move as quick as possible. I'm sure of it. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know how long it's been since he left. It's probably been a couple of months, so we're probably about 30 days, a month or so away. So I reckon, maybe April, mid-March, April, something like that. I reckon as soon as it's done, I can't see any reason to wait. I think that he'll want to come in and he'll want to team with Matt. I'm sure we'll get that. Keith Lee coming in, I really like. I like Keith Lee. I'm really pleased for him. We were talking about how to book him, and I was saying that I would like for him to get some really smart, really iconic ring gear. I think if you think of Bam Bam Bigelow, he had ring gear that really stood out. It was black with the flames coming up. It was, really cool. You think about Vader, it was the singlet. It was black, and it had, the red bit on the top. It was so iconic. I remember Bronson Reed, when he started wrestling, wore the exact same thing. It's just really iconic. You see it, and it's Vader. With Keith Lee, his is a purple with just way too much clutter on. It's got Keith Lee written on. It's got Limitless written on. It's got a silhouette of him on. There's just too much that's on there. It's clutter. I'd love him in something that was clean. I mean, I don't mind him having a logo, one logo or something on, but all this clutter, it's just clutter. I would just literally have I'd love him in black with a logo on the chest and a logo on the upper thigh. You could have a Keith Lee logo, black with a logo there, and I just think he'd look sharper, look smarter. And then we was talking about his promos where he's salutations everybody, and all of this. It's it doesn't really fit what I think of when I think of a big guy. And I understand the argument of, well, not everyone's got to be the same, which is true. But if he was doing something that I thought was better, or doing something that I thought was worth keeping, then I would agree, and I'd be like, no, you're right, I didn't think of that, and he's doing it, and it's working. But it isn't working. His promos are a problem. I've never liked his promos down in NXT on the main roster. Keith Lee with his salutations, everybody. Yes, I am going. It's just no. That's not. When the big man's coming out with that kind of music and everything. Do you know what I mean? I don't want him getting to the ring going salutations, everybody. I would just go a bit more traditional, I think, with his promos. The reason why, the big guys have that kind of, don't talk much and a bit of a gruff voice and whatever. It works. It works. It works. That's what people expect, and I would just lean into that. You don't need to reinvent the wheel. Do you know what I mean? There's no point in trying to reinvent the wheel, and certainly not if it's something that's gonna so obviously divide opinion and not just work anyway. If they can think of something different for him, brilliant. If he's got some ideas, then yeah. If I was in AEW, I'd listen to him. I'd sit down with him and go. I'd have that chat. If I was in AEW, I would sit down with Keith Lee and I would say, look, as a wrestler, you're incredible. I think you're brilliant. I don't care about your physique, because I think Vince did. I don't care about your physique. I like your size. If you're happy, I'm happy. I think you're a great wrestler. I think you can bring loads to this company, but I want to make your ring gear sharper. I want to give you something iconic. I want you to wear something that's, really going to look good on figures, look good on posters, look good, just really be something that people remember, like Bam Bam, like Vader, because what you're wearing now, it doesn't do it. It's it's not the shorts. I don't care about the shorts. I'm not saying he needs to be in a singlet. I don't care about him just wearing shorts, but just tidy it up. Just doesn't need Limitless written on it and Keith Lee and logos and silhouettes. And so I'd have that chat, throw around a few ideas, see what we could come up with, and then I'd be like, look, your promos as well. I don't want you to sound like you've just graduated from Harvard. I want you to be a bit of a monster. So can we make some movements in that direction? What are your thoughts? And see what he says. And then we'd find some agreements and take it from there. But I would have that conversation with Keith Lee because he's brilliant. He's a great wrestler, and I really hope he's a success. Through the ropes goes Garza. Kofi in there. Boom drop by Kofi. It's a bit of a weird first match, this one. I don't know about you, but like Los Lotharios don't really feel like a credible tag team. I don't think they've done a very good job of like building them up. Although I do like the kiss cam. As much as we're joking about the kiss cam, I like the fact they're giving Los Lotharios some sort of identity. You know, they are two good-looking guys. The girls love them. They do a little kiss cam thing during their entrance. So, you know, they are giving them an identity. Kofi with head scissors. Umberto drives Big E back. It's just they ain't going to stand a chance against two former WWE champions, are they? I mean, this is one of the great teams. Look, Kofi and Big E. This is one of WWE's greatest tag teams. These two in particular. 1, 2. Save. Check the tweet. I've tagged you in. It's hilarious. Hilarious. Spot the WWE plant. Very good. We've got she's not there anymore. Remember AQA, who wrestled Jade? She is now officially All Elite. Ah. I saw some of her because I wanted to see like where she'd been and what she'd been doing. So I watched some of her, and she was good. Aerial attacks are very good. I must admit, her match against Jade didn't quite grab me, but you can work with her. You know, she's a nice little addition. I think they do need an Ember Moon, though. I really like Ember Moon. Mia Yim, that'd be a good addition as well. Two Los Lotharios collide into each other in the corner. Trouble in Paradise and Humberto Carrillo go down. Kingston. Roll through 1, 2, 3. Wow. Los Lotharios win. I tell you what, that is a massive victory. Look at the crowd. They're just through to a shot of the crowd. The crowd are like... And the crowd are booing. Oh my God, what if that woman becomes their lucky mascot and they have to kiss her every match? That'd be the best thing. Big E is telling Kofi not to worry about it. Angel Garza just did something there that I really liked. He just stood up and he just went... It was like sending his love, his love from his heart to the crowd. He was like, I think you could make some of that. If they were to walk down and they'd be like, I could see people like copying it because if you try and get people to do it, like the raid thing, people seem to struggle. But Angel Garza there, where he was like, oh. I was like, that's funny. Take my heart, take my love, take it. Right, we've got Roman. Nice. Paul Heyman watching Roman getting mic'd up with real concern. Paul Heyman's like, yeah. You could get that over. Harley, hello. Say, raid. I can't begin to tell how incredibly excited I am for Drew McIntyre versus Madcap Moss. Twice in a lifetime. at a premium live event. Is that a match that's been booked, is it? Are we getting it again? It's a dream. Can I just tell you, SmackDown is surprising me tonight. First of all, I thought Ronda was going to get suspended. They said she was. And then Adam Pearce came out. Didn't expect that. Then we get New Day against Los Lotharios. And I was like, it's a weird match, isn't it? Like, Los Lotharios, they just haven't, like, built them up in recent weeks. Granted, today they gave them the kiss cam thing. But I don't really feel like they've been built up all that much. And then they go and win. So, yeah, I'm being surprised by SmackDown tonight. SmackDown is keeping me on my toes, and I love that. Right, one thing I can say about tonight's show is that it's not predictable. It's not predictable. A couple of things have already happened in that first half an hour that has took me by surprise. I like that. SmackDown keeping me on my toes. I like it. So, yeah, we'll see what else they've got lined up. BBB Yipsy says Super Bowl commercials cost $6.5 million for every 30 seconds. That is crazy. But nothing to someone like Amazon, is it? Do you know what I mean? Like Amazon, probably McDonald's, like big companies, 6.5 million for the exposure that you would get. I mean, I wonder how much, like, because a lot of them then go and get celebrities to be the most memorable. Because everyone knows, I don't know about you, but I always go onto YouTube because we don't get the commercials here. If you watch the Super Bowl in the UK, it's on BBC, and there's no commercials on BBC. BBC is, you just wouldn't believe it. You lot would love it. BBC, you sit down and watch a program, no commercials. As soon as that program finishes, then you'll get... I think maybe a couple of trailers for other BBC shows. And then there'll be a little voiceover thing that goes, now it is 7 o'clock and we're going over to the studio where we'll be going to the One Show. And then it goes, into the One Show's thing, and then that's it. We go over there. So there's no commercials on the BBC. And even for the Super Bowl, when you lot go to commercial, we go back to a studio where we've got some of our pundits and a couple of ex-football players and a BBC guy. They're in a studio going, right, wow, what did you think of that play? Yeah, well, I loved it. And they'll show replays and they'll do punditry work. But the problem is, the one time you do want commercials are for the Super Bowl. So I always go on YouTube the next day and, watch videos of the commercials. I remember there was one, I don't know if it was last year or 2 years ago, the Mr. Peanut one, where he falls down a trench and then there's a baby peanut or something. That was kind of interesting. And I remember one with Cardi B being in it as well. I think that was either last year or the year before. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what the commercials are this time around. Matthew said Liv Morgan is rooting for the Bengals. She might be, I don't know, but I don't know. I know the Bengals are a lot of people's kind of team of choice because I think the Rams they're at home. It's LA. They're the favorites. So I think a lot of people are looking at Cincinnati. Is it Cincinnati Bengals? I really should know that. I think, is it Cincinnati? Bengals anyway. People are looking at them as being the underdogs. So I think they've got a lot of support. Sam said, WWE would like to send best luck in the WWE Plant's future endeavors. The Plant has been future endeavored, guys. They just love firing anyone, don't they? Anyone they can fire, they love firing. Yeah, Cincinnati. Super Bowl sounds like it can feed lots of people. It does. Sounds like one of those bowls that you could eat out of and then it magically refills. I feel like there was a nursery rhyme or something like that. A bowl where you ate out of it and it refilled itself. Or maybe it was a kid's show. Can't remember. Legend Killer, hello. Hope you are well. Corvid said, I think it's been about 9 years since I've seen a commercial. Always a Budweiser, Bud Light commercial during the Super Bowl. 90 said, my Mount Rushmore of today's superstars, Orton, Reigns, Sheamus, Rey Mysterio. What are your thoughts? Orton's a legend. Roman has to be there. Sheamus, I think, could be replaced for me. Rey Mysterio is one of the great mass superstars of all time. So I'd agree with all three. I'd agree with three. I would probably replace Sheamus. He's a hard worker. Take nothing away from his effort. I could see why he's a favourite of yours. I'd probably put a woman in there. Put Asuka instead. I'd take Asuka instead of Sheamus. 107. So we're seeing a Roman interview. Goldberg has twice. I like that from Roman. Roman was like, if I was in WCW, everyone would still be winning because they'd still be in business. So, Survivor Series in 2016, I remember this was shocking, man. Yeah, it was crazy. 1, 2. That was the highlight of Goldberg's return, man. That was incredible. And that was like over 5 years ago now. That was incredible. Roman said, are we still talking about this guy? Paul Heyman's amazing. Roman's like, is anyone still caring about this guy? And Paul Heyman's like, I don't care about this guy. I only care about my tribal chief. The size of Roman is huge, isn't he? Roman's very chilled. He says there's no added pressure. They're trying to build Goldberg, actually. I mean, you know, Michael Cole really banging on about what Goldberg has achieved. Matthew said, I got Rams because of Matthew Stafford. I hear you, mate. Joe B's going to be really difficult, though. He's going to be a problem. If Joe B has a game, I don't know if the Rams are going to be able to stop him. I'm leaning Rams. If I was to put money down, I'd go Rams, but... There we go. The character of Stone Cold would never have existed. What, without Goldberg? Just hearing from Corey Graves, who's talking about Natalya and Aliyah. Roman on the wrong show. He's wearing red joggers, but it's blue for SmackDown. No one tells Roman what to do. No one tells Roman what to do. Days Ringside News is reporting that Vince doesn't want Kofi and Big E to be referred to as the New Day. Why? Why? Is that true? Why? That feels like an April Fool's, though, doesn't it? Vince, what should we do with the New Day? Goddamn, don't call them that. What do you mean? Don't call them that. What? Don't call the New Day the New Day. Goddamn, I hate it. What do you want us to do with Kofi and Big E? That's better. Send them out there with New Day graphics. I think they came out to the New Day CGI, and I'm sure I have to have a look, but I'm sure it said New Day on the Titantron. That's wild. That's wild. If Vince doesn't want the New Day to be called New Day anymore. Oh, man. So I reckon he's just like, how can I mess with everyone today? How can I mess with everyone? What can I do today that's just going to really make everyone's mind go, huh? He just loves trolling his employees. If Vince doesn't call them that, they wouldn't be called that. It's because New Day sucks. New Day sucks. New Day sucks. John said maybe they should rename them Old Day. What do you think of Bucks versus Hangman Kenny with your thoughts on the Bucks in-ring style that you mentioned? That match was probably my favorite match from 2020. It's my favorite Bucks match. I think that they did change their style. As I said, they do have the ability to change that style. I can cope with a match that has moments where there's, we're going to hit you with this, we're going to hit you with that, we're going to hit you with this. And then they go for the pin, and it's like, oh, and it's not successful. But then I think it's important that, the match is then allowed to breathe again. The pacing of a match is so important. It's kind of one of those factors that I think can really help a match connect with an audience. Like, the audience need time during a match to digest what they've just seen. That's why after, big spot at WrestleMania, both wrestlers will be down. If you go back and watch, say, Shawn Undertaker, there'll be times where they do, a big spot, say, Shawn or Superkick Taker, out of nowhere. Go for the cover, he'll get a 2, Undertaker will kick out, and they'll both just lay there. They'll both be shattered from what's happened before. That is so important in a match. Because it doesn't seem like they're not doing anything physically. They're not doing anything, but they're actually doing a lot in the match. They're selling all of the damage that's gone before. They're allowing the audience to just take a breath. They're allowing people to, avert their attention away from the match. Go, did you see that? This is insane. And they're just allowing people that moment to collect their thoughts, refocus, get back into things. And those moments, this is why moment, it doesn't, for me, it doesn't work. We keep going back to this same conversation. But they did wrestle a slightly different style. There was a much better pacing when they took on Omega and Hangman, and they do have the ability to do that. It's just the go-to Bucks match isn't that style on a regular basis. But yeah, I loved that match. But I don't know. I mean, I don't know if the credit goes to Omega and Hangman for being able to deliver that match, or does the credit go to the Bucks for, acknowledging that they needed to wrestle slightly different? That match was so important as well, it needed to be a different pace. That you've got that whole history of the Elite, and there was a whole kind of will Omega and Hangman kind of split. We didn't know if they were going to be split in, because I'm trying to remember who was the champions at that time, but I know there was some sub-stories going on as well. They do a good job of that, AEW, of layering. So it's never just a match. There's always, some other story that's going on. So either, and with this, it was they were all part of the Elite, wasn't they? So, Were they going to be able to work together? Would anyone turn on someone? Would there be any divisions? Like, there was a lot of stuff that was going on there. But that was a great match. That's my favorite ever Young Bucks match that I've seen. I've watched them a bit in New Japan, and obviously I've seen all their AEW matches, and nothing's quite got to that level for me. BBB Yipsy says Matthew Stafford's fastest quarterback throw for 30,000, 40,000, 50,000 yards in NFL history. Also has most comeback fourth quarter wins in NFL since 2009. Listen, I hear what you're saying about Stafford, but factually, he's not going to be the best player on the pitch. He is not the same caliber as Joe B. And to be honest, I don't even think he is going to be the best quarterback. He's not the best quarterback. Joe B is. He's not the best Rams player. There's a defensive player for the Rams that's better than what Stafford is. You can throw. Listen, my knowledge of American football is second to none. And I know that if Joe B has the game of his life and influences that match, Bengals are winning. I'm telling you. James Chadwick said Ricky Hatton is in talks for a boxing return. That can't be good, can it? That can't be good news. Right, we've got Natalya and Aliyah. Oh, I have written it down. The Bengal, that's the one. Aaron Donalds. Don't forget that name, guys. Thez Press by Aliyah. She always does a Thez Press. Thez Press by Aliyah. Bulldog. 2. Shoulder up by Natalya. Right. Aliyah with a single leg. Boston Crab as Natalya rolls through. Going for a sharpshooter. Aliyah in trouble. Big trouble. She's got to tap out to that. Don't tell me she's going to survive a sharpshooter. She's got to tap to the sharp. Aliyah, no. She's got to. No. She's got to. Don't tell me Aliyah survives a sharpshooter. Okay. So, I don't want to be saying I like Aliyah, but come on. If she's going to get put in a sharpshooter in the center of the ring, the same move that like Stone Cold was put in by Bret Hart and is screaming in pain with blood pouring down his face, don't tell me that Aliyah is going to be crawling her way over to the side and getting out of a sharpshooter. But she does finally tap. Here's Zaya Lee. No entrance for Zaya Lee. Zaya Lee hasn't wiped out the front row. Kick to the midsection. Kick's coming in. Spin kick by Zaya Lee as Natalya rolls out the ring. That was better. We don't need Zaya Lee making the save by doing a Cirque du Soleil performance or whatever in the entranceway. Just have her come running down like that. We've seen Zaya Lee before where she walks out and she's like, ha, 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 ha. And we've said before, like, her arms go quite close to the crowd. We're proud to be celebrating Black History Month. It was only a matter of time before Zaya cut some kids' arms off. Look up Stafford's rookie year versus Cleveland Brown, and it is considered the greatest mic-up in NFL history. What he did is beyond amazing. Listen, Stafford is a hell of a quarterback. No one's denying this. No one is denying this. One of the greats. But Joe B special. Joe B is special. Joe B is special. Donald is special. And so factually, well, I can't say factually, but I've said it. He's not even the best Rams player. If Joe B plays poorly, Bengals lose. If Stafford plays poorly, the Rams can still win. Rams are a better team than the Bengals. And Stafford is a very important part of that machine. And if he has a good game, it's going to increase their chances of winning. But there's a lot more pressure on Joe B. And we've seen time after time this season, Joe B rises to that pressure. Right, we've got a little video package about The Rock and a video package about, there's Rocky Maivia and his dad, Rocky Johnson. Days might be trolling, but he is right. Joe B is the man. I'm not trolling. I legitimately watched, I think it was around, a couple of videos on the Super Bowl and previews and predictions. I read some articles about it. I mean, like, when everyone is saying the same thing, you kind of go, okay, I hear you. Like, everyone is saying the same thing. Joe B is the man. Joe B is got swagger. He is apparently in his second year as quarterback, but is he like 25? They were saying most quarterbacks in their second year are a lot younger than that, but because he's older, he kind of carries himself different to other second year quarterbacks. He's got much more of a self-belief, and he wants to be the man. He walks around with a bit of bling, and he wants to be that guy. He wants that pressure. He and thrives in this Bengals team. So, listen, I'm telling you, I'm putting in the work, man. I'm putting in the work. But there's no denying that Stafford is a great player as well. Here is Sami Zayn. Sami Zayn making his way down. He's going to be doing a podcast with, or his insane thing with Boogs and Shinsuke. Master Chief said that was such a touching segment. Michael said Sean McVay has more to lose. He can't lose twice in a Super Bowl. If I was to put money down, I'd go Rams. Rams are the better team. But there's people out there saying this is going to be a walk in the park, and I just don't think it's going to be. I just don't think it's going to be. Vape Ross Vape says, thank you for last week's NFL picks. Your US football knowledge is on a par with Lombardi and Belichick. Yeah. I believe the trophy is named after Lombardi. I'm going to stand by that. I believe it is. So, yes, it's... honestly, guys, I have to be honest. At the start of the season, I got asked, because, I've got an extensive football knowledge, who's winning the Super Bowl? And I'm ashamed to tell you that I got it wrong. I said Chiefs. I did. I can't deny that. I said the Chiefs were going to win the Super Bowl. I'm embarrassed by that. I think it made me look like an amateur. I think it made me look like a rookie. But I have to give them credit. They worked hard. I believe they got to the semifinals. I think we're in a good position as well. But, the Rams battered through. And, they've managed to get to the Super Bowl final. So, fair play to the Rams. I don't think anyone saw the Bengals coming. The Bengals are... Fun fact for you guys, this is the lowest ranked Super Bowl final ever. Both of these teams are two of the lowest ranked teams. to ever get through to a Super Bowl final. You know, you are going to need serious superpowers to have predicted this one. This has caught a lot of people by surprise. So I went Chiefs. It didn't go that way. Let's put that behind us. I don't want that to count against me. But we're focused now on Rams and Bengals, and we're all over it. We're all over it. I am going to watch even more in preparation. And honestly, I'm going to try and get so in depth I can tell you everyone's favourite meal. I'll be able to tell you what day the players were born on, let alone their actual birth date. The day that they were. I am going to go that in depth. So, yeah, we're doing our Super Bowl coverage, and should be a lot of fun. Lee said it was the Bengals that beat the Chiefs. Yeah, that's what I meant. That one. Sweden is currently 2-1 against Canada. Matthew Stafford's first full season at quarterback had a much better season than Burrow. Here is Charlotte. BBB Yipsy. I hear you, birds. I hear you. I think it's great that we've got such vibrant and passionate NFL conversation in the chat right now, and it's clear people are excited for the game on Sunday, and rightfully so. Did you hear as well, it got mentioned that apparently Tottenham in the UK won the Super Bowl. As someone from the UK, I would just like to take this opportunity to say that absolutely 1,000,000% should never, ever happen. That should never, ever happen. Why the flip should the Super Bowl ever be anywhere but America? That doesn't make any sense whatsoever. No. No. Where are they? Where are they? This looks like a fake shop. Is this a pop-up shop? This must be a pop-up shop in... Johnny Knoxville, WWE World Champion. Days, you picked the final four teams in the playoffs. Did I pick the final? Yeah, I did, yeah. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I knew they'd go this far. I just didn't. I just got the wrong team in the final. That was all. Right, we've got Johnny Knoxville, Sami Zayn. What's bigger, Champions League or Super Bowl? Well, for me, Champions League. But for USA, Super Bowl. Factually, Super Bowl is watched by more people. Sammy says, no booing, you're going to ruin the audio. Just banging on about that P.O. box, mate. I hear you. Why was there a wood chipper there? Why was there a woman with very little clothes on in the front row? Why is any of this happening? He's got a great personality, hasn't he, Sammy? Here's Boogs. All right. I love Boogs. I love Boogs. Champions League final, it is the Super Bowl. Freedom for Canada. Days, do you think Sheamus will make the IC title prestigious or Sami Zayn? Listen, I think the IC title would be prestigious around the waist of Shinsuke. I got no problem with Shinsuke being the IC champ. He's just got to defend it and have killer matches. And guess what? Shinsuke can have killer matches. He just ain't having matches. It's like he got injured and we've not been told. That's what it's like. It's like Shinsuke has been injured and no one told us. So, can I just say, this is, and I'm not just saying this, this is a little more tolerable without Pat McAfee doing that stupid dance. Just being able to just watch it without cutting away to something is a little bit more tolerable. You could actually watch Boogs, like, actually playing it. For over 6 weeks, I've been #1 contender. You've been ducking me. It's been ducking everyone, Sammy. Don't worry about it. It defended it for how many months? Sammy would make the belt prestigious, definitely, but it'd be if he doesn't defend it, it wouldn't be. You've been working with Johnny Knoxville to try and distract me. Sammy telling the crowd to be quiet. Did you see the movie? Did you see the movie they're making called Jackass Defeated next week? So he's saying he's going to beat Sami, basically. You once had the great liberator Sami Zayn in your corner. To the shaved gorilla with a guitar. Rick Boobs. He calls him Rick Boobs. Rick Boobs. Rick Boobs. Get the title off already. NFL is talking about playing games in Germany next year. I'm a lifelong Lions fan since mid-60s. Living my Super Bowl dream through Stafford this year. Played with Lions his first 12 years. I think it's good we have games over here. I think that's that. I don't know if that's something that annoys US fans, but it is good that they play the games over here because I can tell you that it is growing the sport in this country. So if it is annoying because your team is playing in England, and so you can't go and see it, or I don't know what the Americans think about the games that are played here, but I can tell you that it works. A lot of people have conversations. When I was working in retail, a lot of people was talking about like NFL, and there was a buzz around it. Boogs is down. Shinsuke's down. There was a haluva by Sami, and he kicked, kind of kicked them into each other. That's a dub. That's a dub for Sami, innit? Shinsuke down, Boogs down. Boogs is holding his arm. What if Boogs has hurt his arm and now can't play guitar? Oh my God, imagine that. Imagine that. Imagine we're going to move away from the guitar thing. If he wasn't released, Samoa Joe would have been a great choice to dethrone Reigns, says Nata. Your dad said, I like the teams going overseas. It makes the atmosphere fun and different. That's good. That's good. That's good. I like it, but the games start at 9 a.m. American time, says Zachary. Yeah, I mean, well, what are they going to do if like they brought the Super Bowl over here? They can't do that. They can't do that. Seeing black eye that's Madcap's got. I wonder, is that a real black eye, do you think? Or is that makeup? It's pretty nasty. It's got to be fake. It's got to be fake. Shock to the Boogs. Super Bowl is fake, says Flat Smack. Was he supposed to get shocked or something? Well, whoever wrote that Sami segment was a bad writer. Right, here's Happy Corbin. Yeah, I think he was meant to get shocked. But, I mean, if it's going to lead to him not being able to play guitar now, then I'm down for that. Here's Happy Corbin. I think the show's been all right. I think it's been all right. They will never bring the Super Bowl to the UK or Europe. There's more chance of Elon Musk taking it to Mars, says Dort Knight. London probably gets NFL soon with the Jaguars probably going to London. What, you think the Jacksonville Jaguars will move to London? How would that work? I don't know how that would work. How would London have an NFL team? If London got an NFL team, that would be stunning. That would be stunning. The sport is growing in the UK, and you know, the BBC has like a highlight show. There's pubs that start showing like the Super Bowl. I genuinely, I don't remember the Super Bowl being much of a thing in this country when I was a kid. I don't remember it being reported in the papers. I don't remember anyone talking about it. I just don't remember. It just wasn't a thing. I mean, you knew about it. You was aware of it, and I'm sure the BBC showed it. But I don't think anyone was watching it. But it gets views now. Definitely gets views now, and the sport has definitely grown in the UK. But if there has been talk of a London-based team, but I don't really get how that works. Like, that's a lot of flights, isn't it? That's a lot of flights. What, you're gonna fly every team over here to play a game in London? I mean, maybe that's not that crazy. I don't know, but that seems crazy. That seems crazy. Sky Sports also has its own NFL dedicated channel. Have you watched any American football films any given Sunday as class? Yeah, sort of. I mean, to be honest, the sport, it's not a sport that I've grown up with, so it's not a sport that has ever massively resonated with me. So if there was like an American football film, that wouldn't be something that I would gravitate towards. You know, I mean, I did see Remember the Titans, and I think I might have seen Any Given Sunday. I've definitely seen Remember the Titans, but like, isn't it Ace Ventura where they have something with the Miami Dolphins? Like, that one probably resonated with me more than anything else. Always tend to watch films that have a little bit of American football in them, or, you know, a little bit, and that tends to be how I see American football when I was growing up. More so than actually watching an American football film. Ace Ventura is one that comes to mind. I think there's a whole film where they kidnap the dolphin, and they have to try and get the dolphin back. So I remember that one. But that's maybe not what you were referring to. But I did, as I was older, I did see Remember the Titans. Baseball, very similar with baseball. You know, there's been some great baseball films. What was that one that had Madonna in? League of Their Own. That was great. That's a great film. League of Their Own is a great film. That might be one of the best sports films. League of Their Own. I like that. League of Their Own was good. Field of Dreams. I remember that from when I was young as well. And then obviously more recently I saw Moneyball. I did watch Moneyball. That was very interesting. So I have seen some American sports films, but it's not something that I tend to gravitate towards. But yeah, I'm looking forward to the Super Bowl. Be good. Remember the Titans is my favorite movie. I played against that in his football. That H is in his football. H is football. I don't know what that means. Concussion is serious that affects American football. I'm forever telling rugby fans about the issues and how tough it is. The only baseball film I know is The Sandlot. Never seen that, but I think isn't it Sandlot Kids or something? Sandlot Kids? I've heard of that, but I don't know that it's baseball. Right, here we go. We've got Happy Corbin against Cesaro. Wasn't Jerry Maguire as well something to do with American football? I think he was an agent, wasn't he, for American football? Again, that's another example of a film that I would watch, and it would have a little bit of American football in. And so you'd watch or you'd see a little bit of American football that way. You know, but other than that, I was never watching games. Sweden, Canada now 2-2. Is Sweden, Canada important, James? I don't know. Is that something that means something for Great Britain? No, it was just called Sandlot. Ah. I swear there was one that was called Sandlot Kids. No, I want to just Google that now, because I could be wrong. Sandlot Kids. Oh, how funny is that? The Sandlot was released in some countries as The Sandlot Kids. That's really funny. This is one of those rare occasions where we're both right. How rare is that? There, that's what I remember. Why? That's my question. Why? Why add the word kids if it's not needed? I've never seen that film, but I can clearly see it's about baseball. Ah, The Water Boy, yes! The Water Boy. I'm the Water Boy. Yeah. You probably wouldn't get away with that film now, you know. The Water Boy. Me and you both right. The world must be supporting us. Moneyball. Eric Sanchez, shout out to you. Jimmy said Radio was more about the person known as Radio and the football coach that became his friend. That's a really good sports-centered movie. Well, it's kind of really opened up now, hasn't it, to a whole conversation about, sports films. I'm trying to think. I've said it before. I'll say it again. My favorite sports film is Senna. If you've never seen Senna, it's a documentary. It's all about the racing car driver, Ayrton Senna, from Brazil. And it's incredible. It shows his impact on the people of Brazil, like how he was a hero to them. Talks about his life and what he does in the sport. But the great thing about it is, you don't need to care about racing. Like, the film is more about him as being a person. It's kind of about him, and it is absolutely worth watching. So Senna is my favorite sports film. And I think James told me, Senna says freaking awesome. It's so good. You told me, didn't you, about that Schumacher one, which I really want to watch. Really want to watch that. I don't know if that's out yet. I really want to see that one. End of Days by Corbin. 1, 2, 3. The way Dana will squash Becky at Mania Night 2, says Dev. Are you into F1? If so, would you do F1 watch-alongs? Do you know, I would do F1 watch-alongs because I do like F1. But it's not possible because we do football over weekends. So there's a lot of weekends where football matches are on at the exact same time. So we tend to do football over F1, which is a real shame because I've always had F1 on. It's always been a background thing though. It's not something I ever sit down and just watch. It's always like if the race is on, then I'll put it on, but I'll be doing other stuff and just like I tend to just be like, how's Hamilton doing? Okay, yeah, he's doing all right, and you know, blah blah blah. But I do enjoy it. I do kind of go out my way to put it on. They're just checking on Madcap. Open your right eye. Tell me what you see. It's true. Hi. I know you're fine. Is Drew being a bully? You and I falls count anywhere? So Madcap was in the... Why is Drew being a bully? Madcap's like... I'm really struggling to see. He's in with the doctor. And Drew comes in and goes, tell the doctor you're fine. And he goes, I'm fine. Drew was always a bully. Wow. Why has he done that? Why has he done that? Why is he doing this to Madcap? I mean, he is now like he's got next level bully, isn't he? Next level bully. We've got an advert for we got an advert for WWE 2K22. Massive crash on the snowboards. My brother is going to watch you right now, says Eric. Okay, Eric. Let's glorify bullying. Yay! I'm pretty sure if you went to school or work with a sword, went up to someone that was injured and told them to tell the doctor that you was fine, I don't know that makes you a face. And it actually doesn't. Can I just say I am distracted because someone just mentioned hoop dreams and I actually have it. And that made me go, have I got it? But I do have Hoop Dreams. Hoop Dreams is a great documentary about basketball. I actually Googled like the best documentaries because I love documentaries. I love documentaries that are... I can't see it now. I've definitely got it. But I love documentaries that are enjoyable. I don't really want to watch documentaries about, you know, people suffering in different countries and whatever. But ones about sport, like Senna or Hoop Dreams, or ones that have got a bit of a comedy element to them, I enjoy those documentaries. So, Hoop Dreams is amazing. If you've not seen that and you want to watch good documentary, Hoop Dreams is regarded as one of the all-time best. So, I don't see who mentioned that, but good shout. Mighty Ducks, great film. And Cool Runnings. There's bobsled in it, so it counts. Definitely counts. Gotta count it. Johnny Knoxville is going to come out and kick Sami with his stunts. Any Air Bud movie is good. I've never seen Air Bud, but I think isn't that like a Disney dog thing? But I actually don't know what the Disney dog does. But if you're telling me it's good, I believe you. Free Solo is great. Is that like mountain climbing? Is that the one that's mountain climbing and they don't have any like ropes? Yeah, I think that would. If that is the one I'm thinking of, then I think that would be interesting. That might have won Best Oscar, you know. Something in my head is saying that won Best Documentary at the Oscars a couple of years ago. But because that actually, when the Oscars happen, I only care about 2 or 3 things, right? There's 3 awards I look for, and I don't really give a flip about the others. I look for Best Picture, I look for Best Animated, and I look for Best Documentary. That is it. I don't care who wins Best Actor. Well done. Not bothered. Don't care who wins Best Actress. Don't care about supporting. Don't care about what was adapted to a screenplay. I don't care about special effects. I don't care about short films. I don't care about editing. I don't care about anything. Yeah, just tell me what's the best film of the year. Tell me what's the best documentary. And then I always like to have a look at the animated because, they can sometimes be fun, easy watches. Lovely. I'll take that. That's all I need. If I was running the Oscars, it would be those 3 categories. That would be it. It'd be a much shorter evening. Half an hour. That would be the Oscars. Half an hour. Right, we just keep seeing Charlotte saying a few things backstage. I can't believe no one has said Rudy. A message to you, Rudy. I don't know, Rudy. Rudy doesn't ring a bell. Are you a Friday the 13th fan? The lawsuit is never over. New movie is the lawsuit is over. The movie is coming. I am a Friday the 13th fan. Yeah, I mean, I'm not. I like Halloween films. I really like the figures. I've got a fair few Halloween like figures just because I think they look really eye catching. They look really great. But I really like those kind of films as well. But I don't tend to watch them that much. I really was into them when I was younger, and now I tend to try and watch, a few horrors around Halloween. But it's Goldberg. We've got Goldberg. There's whispers. A lot of people are talking. This might be one comeback too many. I've listened to some of those people, and it's took me out my game. But I've turned the page. I don't give a damn what anyone thinks. Not you. Not Roman. No one. This one will stick. This will be everlasting. This is much different than it was 2 years ago. I mean, it really is, isn't it? Based on real story, Blindside. Oh, yeah, the one with... God, what's her name? It's not Demi Moore. Can't remember her name now. Sandra Bullock. She, I don't know if that won Best Picture, but yeah, that was a big film. I've never seen it. But I think, doesn't she take a kid under her wing, like bring them up, and they go on to be like a big star or something? Never seen it, but I'm aware roughly of what it's about. Right, we're just seeing Goldberg talking to Michael Cole right now. There's only one me. Okay. Naomi is going to walk out women's champion, and if Sonya gets involved, then give Naomi the title, says Chris. Rudy is widely considered the best football movie ever. You must take a note to watch it. I've never heard of that, to be honest. But it sounds really interesting. Did you hear if Man United get Poch, he wants to bring in Harry Kane? Would you be down for that? No. I don't want Poch. I don't want Harry Kane. Harry Kane's like 29. You know, Alex Ferguson used to have a rule that he only very rarely broke, that he would never bring a player in that was older than 27. Bringing in Harry Kane for a lot of money, because it would be a lot of money, he would have next to no resale value. And we've already seen that, you know, his form is a little bit patchy. I think he works hard as a front man. I mean, I certainly wouldn't be down on getting him, but I've got no desire to be spending 150 million on a 29-year-old Harry Kane. Not when you could get, like, you know, someone 22, 23. He is Premier League proven, and, you know, he would do a job, and you necessarily wouldn't have to worry about that position, if you will. Not saying that it wouldn't strengthen United, but it's a lot of money in it. It's a lot of money. For someone who, as we said, just wouldn't have resale value. I'd rather get Ten Hag, give him 200 million, see what he can suggest. Because you've got to know that Ten Hag's targets are going to be much cheaper, and we'd get more. I mean, if you get Poch and Harry Kane, how are you going to get a CDM as well? How are you going to get a centre-back? How are you going to get a right-back? How are you going to fill all these positions? Because Harry Kane is going to be 120. Say 120. Are United really going to bring him in and a CDM and a right-back? I just don't think they would. No. It wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, but I'd much rather Ten Hag. Are you an F fan? Is that F1 or what? F1, I do. I've said, yeah, I do tend to have it on when it's on. If I do miss it, like, you know, because it's at a weird time or something, I'm not awake, then it's not a problem. But if it's on, like, I would pop it on. Yeah. Depends what I'm doing, isn't it? If I'm doing a stream at the time, then I have to miss it. But if it's on and I'm not streaming for a few hours, then I would have it on and I'd be making some graphics, making some thumbnails, making some of these backgrounds or whatever it might be, all the little graphics that I have to make for various things. Yeah, I'd be doing that whilst it would be on. So, yeah, I do like it. Harry Kane will play the quarterback role for Manchester United. Do we have time for a Naomi title spot before Charlotte Ronda at Mania? I don't think so. I mean, it's not the way I would go. I wouldn't be seeing Naomi win this and then dropping it just before Mania. Charlotte, Ronda, Sasha seems to be the match we're going to be getting. I'm thinking. Could just be Charlotte, Ronda, but I'm thinking it will be, by the time we get there, Charlotte, Ronda, Sasha. I just don't see how Naomi fits into that. I think that she will get screwed out of this. I could see it being Queen Zelina or Carmella, something like that. Just because, or maybe even Charlotte just beats her clean. I don't know. But I just don't think she's winning the title here, no. There's an actual sport called Quidditch, inspired from Harry Potter. I've seen that. They run around a field, don't they, with like broomsticks in between their legs. I can't see that catching on. Retribution said to Alex signed Van Persie at the age of 29 for a snip of the price at Kane at only 24 million. Yeah, that was a good deal. As I said, he had the rule of not signing anyone over 27, but he did break that a few times. But by and large, he tried to stick to that because the resale value was really important. I mean, in fairness, if he signed 29-year-old Van Persie for 24 million, he maybe wasn't too worried about getting that 24 million back. Perhaps that was 24 million that United were willing to write off at the time. But you ain't getting Harry Kane for that, are you? So that would be my concern. And apparently Leicester, just whilst Retribution's there because he's a Leicester fan, have dropped the price of Tielemans. Apparently they wanted 60, now they want 35. Why would they do that? Why would they do that? Has he upset Brendan Rodgers or something? I know that there was a bit of a falling out, but yeah, apparently this was on the BBC. They round up like rumours and whatnot. And Tielemans' price has gone from 60 to 35. I mean, look, it's rumours. So, do you know what I mean? It could be a load of nonsense, but I thought it was interesting. Vape Sape said the David Arquette doc is one of the best in wrestling. Last Sunday, Sheamus was at the NASCAR. Sheamus racing at the LA Coliseum. So Sheamus started the race at the Coliseum. Okay, we're in New Orleans tonight. Next week, what have we got? Next week, Roman Goldberg face to face. That's going to be difficult. Oh, they're taping it. Right, they're taping it. Yeah, someone said they were taping next week's show after this week because they've got to get to Saudi, haven't they? So, do you know what I mean? Like, next Friday is SmackDown, and then Saturday, quite early, is the show in Saudi Arabia. So, they've got to get over there, get settled in, and do media. So, you can't really be in America on... you can't really be in America on the Friday and then get to Saudi early for Saturday. So, they're having to tape next week's show. I would imagine that probably means next week there's going to be a lot of backstage segments because I would imagine they'll probably just record the in-ring matches and then they'll edit it with some like backstage stuff they record and just edit the show together that way. Here comes Charlotte. I'll bring you flowers in the pouring rain. But you got me insane. The only thing I know about F1 is Michael Schumacher, and there was a Pedro Diniz, Portuguese racer with my last name. Yeah, Michael Schumacher's maybe the GOAT. Maybe the GOAT of F1. Hamilton's right up there now. Hamilton and Schumacher both have won 7 world championships. Hamilton almost got his 8th this year, and there was a lot of controversy around it. It's good. It's good. I do like F1. If you're not watching the Olympic stream, it is a bunch of fun, says Fake Ross Fake. Yeah, we asked some good questions last night. We asked the community, who is the best wrestler ever? And the answer came back, not Goldberg. Not Goldberg. The answer came back, Undertaker. We asked what's the best wrestling theme. The answer came back DX. We asked what is the best game franchise. The answer came back Call of Duty, which I must admit I was surprised. But Call of Duty was the answer from the community. We asked what else did we ask? There was another one. Oh, best female wrestler. And the answer came back China. So we've been having some fun. We've been watching some Olympics. When it's been a bit quiet, we've been doing some polls. It's been good. I don't know what we've got tonight at the Winter Olympics. Halftime scores. We could sort of skip them, to be honest. We was a bit focused on a few other things. I'm thinking movies. Think we missed him. It's because Tielemans doesn't want to renew his contract. It's up in 2023. Oh. It's rubbish, as even Southampton got 30 million for Ings with a year left. So Tielemans being that much a better player, he won't go for less than 50. I can guarantee you that. Okay. To be fair, they both raced in different generations. Schumacher could be the GOAT in his time, Hamilton for his time. 2022 is the start of a new era, says Sam. Here we go then. Charlotte and Naomi, 25 minutes left in the show, and these two locking up. This is, Naomi has been waiting for this opportunity. She has had some opportunities at titles in recent months, but this one seemingly is meant to not have any Sonya interference. She does have the ability. Naomi pushing at Charlotte, duck underneath Naomi against the ropes. We bought Tielemans for 40, so do you think we'll make a loss on him? It's rubbish, says Retribution. You might struggle. Maybe you get your 40 back, but if he has only got a year left. I mean, in all fairness, if there's a few clubs that are competing for him, then, do you know what I mean, the price will go up, won't it? Because they're going to be battling to try and get him, but I think there's a chance that he could be moving in the summer. I think there's a chance United could come in for him. But United need to get that manager situation sorted. Otherwise, we don't know who we're going to be going for. You can't have a goat for different times. That's the opposite of what a goat means. 25 minutes, at least 2 ad breaks. What did the duck say when it bought lipstick? Put it on my bill. Nice. I like that. Trin's taking it home, said Dev. If someone really wants him, they'll defo have to pay, regardless of contracts. You should work for him, Retribution. You should work for their transfer department. You could be on the phone to Arsenal, Man United, going, listen, he's got a year left. Yeah, we ain't taking less than what we paid. Strike a hard bargain. Watching you on TV, and I just poked you in the eye. What with? F the halftime scores. Yeah! Yeah! F the halftime scores. Shola, see you around. Have a good evening, day, morning, whatever time it is. If Naomi wins, wouldn't that technically be the shortest title reign? Win it and lose it 2 hours later? Oh, what if she loses, drops it on the next show? They wouldn't count. They wouldn't count as that, though, would they? They'd count it as being a week. In my dreams, says Retribution. On the Hammer says, I'm going to do it too. Guys, can you stop poking me in the eye? It's a bit rude. I can actually feel it. Stop doing that. In my mind now, everyone's going, like this. What with? Miss Clown said, have a go. It'll make you feel good. Ow! Ah! Ow! Stop it. There you go. That's my gift to you. You can have that as a little clip that you play now. And just like, Boomers TV said WWE has offered a contract deal with Roxy. What the hell is a Roxy? Retribution says, in my eyes, Tielemans could play in any team in world football. He should have a lot of suitors after him. It's good use of the word suitors. I would love to live on the moon, look down on humans, and laugh as the ants dance for me, says William. Indeed. Dark Overlord William, the Dark Overlord Hensey. It's got a nice ring to it, actually. Leicester should have took the 55 Arsenal of in January. That would rose to 60, depending on the number of games he would have played for us. Is that what you offered? You offered 55 for Tielemans. Did you really? Tielemans in that Arsenal team would be amazing. He would be amazing. Imagine Tielemans with Odegaard and Saka and Smith Rowe just in front, and then Lacazette. 1, 2. Do you know what's happening tonight on Rampage? No. No, I don't. We can have a look after. Naomi is round the back of Charlotte. Back elbow by Charlotte. Charlotte going for a clothesline. Naomi against the ropes. Slam down. Wes rolling a blunt. Shout out to you, Wes. Living your best life. Time to roll a blunt. Wes says time to roll a blunt, and then he informs us that he has rolled that blunt. Where the moon twinkles on the watery horizon. Dev with a bit of poetry. Larry said, remember Sonya couldn't touch her. Notice Vince forgot to say no interference. Lol, Naomi will lose. She's got a figure 4 headlock applied right now. Nice. So Naomi has got Charlotte. She's going to try and stand up, but she rolls through. Kip up by Charlotte. Woo. Charlotte with a smile on her face. Charging over at Naomi. Kick coming into the leg. Oh, that's a great move. 1. 1, 2. Naomi lands on her feet. Big chop coming in. And again. And again. Laying him in. Duck underneath by Naomi. I love that like chin breaker that Naomi did. She kind of like dropped down into a splits and dropped down with Charlotte's head on top of her own head, and it kind of smacked into, top of her head smacked into the chin of Charlotte. That was a lovely move. Charlotte dragging Naomi over to the corner. She's got Naomi wrapped around the ring post. Naomi wrapped around that ring post and being stretched by Charlotte. I'm into Addams Family. House stuff has to be haunted. Lifelong quest to bag a sexy ghost. Sexy. I want Naomi to give me the rear view, says Woof. Well, you just need to work hard. Get into that women's division. Get to the main roster. And then your dream could come true. Other than that, she's a married woman. How dare you? Oh, is that a blockbuster? 1, 2. Kick out by Charlotte. Wow. Don't see blockbusters all that often. I'm watching Friday Night Smackdown. It's good. Naomi loses matches as a face. She needs to turn heel. James said Sweden is now 5-3 in the curling. Goldberg is set to win because Vince wants Goldberg versus Lesnar versus Reigns, says Larry. Jessen said, why do I have a feeling that Naomi might win this? Into the ring steps goes Naomi. And I think we're probably on the verge of going to a commercial break as Naomi is grabbing her face. Nando said these two are so good. Master Chief said this is a good match. Good match. Yeah, I like it. This hasn't been a too bad of a show, in all fairness. I don't think this has been an amazing show, but it's not been bad. Why is this match surprisingly good? If Naomi wins, do you think she joins the Bloodline? If Naomi wins, do I think she'll join the Bloodline? No. I think if Naomi wins, she'll be the champ. She'll be a face. I can't see her then turning heel and joining the Bloodline. So, no, I don't. If she wins, I wouldn't expect her to be joining the Bloodline anytime soon. Goldberg versus Lesnar versus Reigns versus Lashley, says Dark Angel. This has been a surprisingly good SmackDown compared to the past few weeks. Right, well, we are at commercial break. We've got 14 minutes to go. And as soon as we're done with this, we will go to Rampage. We will be going to Rampage. I genuinely don't know what's on Rampage. Sonya is thinking of ways to screw Naomi. Do you think WWE will do anything fun for Raw on Valentine's Day? I don't know if they'll do anything fun. They might do some sort of gimmick match. I'm sure there'll be some reference to it. But I don't think the show will be themed or anything like that. But there might be some sort of a gimmick match that they do. Goldberg versus Bobby versus Reigns versus Rollins. Winner takes all. 30-minute Broadway. Right, we are just at commercial break. We've got 13 minutes left to go. 13 minutes left to go. And then we will be going over to AEW. And then once we're done here, we are going over to the Winter Olympics. We'll be doing a bit of that tonight. And then as I said, I'll probably go and get something to eat. And then we will be doing the Man United game. Then I'm sleeping because we are then back doing the big one. UFC 271, that is the big one. If you are a fan of UFC, we are going to be live during that show. I've got my notes. I'm ready for this week's UFC. I'm really excited. I even watched the press conference. So I saw the press conference. Really excited for the co-main event. Derek Lewis against Taito Ivasa. Derek Lewis is from Houston. That's where the show is. The crowd were going crazy for Derek Lewis. They love him. And he said, I'm not here to mess around. I'm here to knock my opponent out. They are going in there to just knock each other out. They asked Taito Ivasa, will this get out the first round? And he was like, probably not. They are both going to go out there and swing, and someone is getting knocked out. So the co-main event ain't going to take very long. I reckon you could put some money down on that finishing in the first round. I don't know which way it goes. I'm leaning to Derek Lewis. I'm leaning Derek Lewis. He's done it so many times. But it's going to be a great co-main event. Someone is getting knocked out early in that one. And then main event, one of the biggest stars, Israel Adesanya, the last style bender, defending against his maybe his toughest challenge at middleweight in Whitaker. So great co-main and main. I went to UFC 200. Did you? What a great show. That's a great one to have gone to. I hope UFC 300 is going to be like UFC 100, UFC 200 are like really big, really special shows. do something special for them. I hope they do something special for 300. I don't actually know when we'll get to what year that will be. It's probably going to be sometime in 2024, I'd imagine. Naomi is climbing up. Naomi is perched as Charlotte moves out the way. We got 10 minutes left here. Naomi gets powerbombed down. 1, 2. Oh, Naomi survives. Charlotte is so good. She can just have great matches against so many different people. Oh, that powerbomb. Naomi is down. Charlotte is against the ropes. Look, shaking her head, trying to figure out the right way forwards. Yeah, look, these moments, these are the moments that are so important. That pause, that Charlotte trying to figure out, what do I do? Trying to strategize. I've thrown everything at this woman. What do I do now? She drags Naomi, steps on Naomi. Smile on the face of Charlotte now tells you that she's figured out what she's going to do. So we've gone from Charlotte not quite knowing, looking dejected, to now a smile on her face as she climbs up the corner. About to get into the moonsault position. Goes to the moonsault. Naomi moves. Standing moonsault. Naomi gets her knees up. Naomi is up. Rear view. 1, 2. Ah! Kick out. Look at that storytelling right there. Just even that little segment of this match. Charlotte not knowing what to do, looking dejected, realizing it's moonsault time, setting it up, going for the moonsault, missing, doing the standing moonsault, knees coming up, Naomi hitting the rear view out of nowhere, crowd absolutely right there as Naomi tries to get the 3, only gets a 2. Naomi now going up top. Split leg moonsault, knees up by Charlotte. Charlotte rolling up Naomi. 1, 2. Kick out by Naomi. Charlotte picks up Naomi. Naomi lands on her feet. Round the back. Oh! It's like a wing clipper by Naomi. 2. Trying to roll up Charlotte again. And Charlotte slumps down. Naomi stays down. Both women are down. It's a great, great match. It's a great, great match. Naomi on her feet. Naomi spiking Charlotte. 1, 2. Oh. Kick out. Kick out. How long we got? 7 minutes. This is awesome, chance. I don't know if they're real. I was a bit always skeptical. WWE has always got me being skeptical. Right, here we go. Naomi going up, split leg moonsault. Lands, hits it. 1, 2. Oh, and again a kick out by Charlotte. Again a kick out by Charlotte. Naomi, look, showing a bit of emotion. Look at the emotion on Naomi's face. She's like so upset she can't believe it. Charlotte trying to get her foot on the rope. Look, Naomi almost in tears. Charlotte on the edge of the ring. This is great. This is great. This is a great match. This is off. Top rope. Naomi goes down. Charlotte into the ring. Goes through a big boot. Strike coming in. Forearm strikes coming in by Naomi. Naomi It's got her hair being pulled. High kick coming in there by Naomi. Goes for... Yeah, couldn't get it. Oh, natural selection. 1, 2. Charlotte gets it. Natural selection. Charlotte gets it, and Charlotte gets it clean. Oh, angry Charlotte girl. Angry Charlotte girl. Ah! Dun 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 dun. Sonya's in there going, oh, boo, boo, boo. You'll never be champion. Now Naomi throwing in some strikes too. Sonya, Charlotte. I tell you, they're really building that. This is the kind of match that will make people want to see Naomi be champion. You'd look at this. Oh, Ronda's coming down. Ronda's running down. Duck underneath, kick to Sonya. Sonya goes against, look at those strikes. Midsection. I've hurt my arm, I've hurt my arm, I've hurt my arm. So she grabs her other arm, yay! I would love it if every week Ronda just targeted a different part of Sonya. And by the time we actually get to WrestleMania, she's having to come out in a body cast. I would love that. I'd love that. I'd love it if Ronda was to come out and just systematically tear apart Sonya Deville. Oh, no, 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 not me. Oh, no, 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 no. Ronda came down and she was just like a little cannonball. She just got in there and she was like, hoo, 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 firing in shots to the midsection. She was pulling them. I'd like to have seen them like a little more snap on them. Well, you could see they weren't quite landing. But, yeah. Ronda's moves just felt off. Break her arm. Break her arm. Break her arm. I don't know why people are saying a surprisingly good match. Charlotte and Naomi are amazing. I know it's in the actual... It's in the entrance. Come on, guys. She literally says during her entrance that she's amazing. So, come on. What do you score SmackDown? I really liked that main event. It's not like the greatest match ever or anything, but it's really good. It's really entertaining. It's got some lovely moments in there. And I love the fact it's clean. I mean, heels winning clean is something I love to see, because I think you do need to have credible heels. And I think that is something Charlotte is, and I like that. I think what it does is, you know, seeing Sonya get into the ring telling Naomi, you'll never be champion, after having that match, you know. She has just given her best and she's just fallen short. And it was clean. And she is just that step behind Charlotte. And then having, like, the authority figure get in the ring saying, you'll never be champion. It makes me want to see Naomi be champion. Like, it in a way feels like we're building to Charlotte Naomi at WrestleMania. I'm sure Naomi will get another chance later this year. I hope she does. If they keep this sort of storytelling going, we could get somewhere really interesting. What if AEW kept Jade Cargill undefeated until Charlotte gets there? I don't know that she's going to go there, to be honest, but I think that, there's a chance that she could, because obviously Andrade is there and they're still in a relationship. But I think I think she knows a lot of people behind the scenes at WWE. I think she's quite happy I don't think Charlotte's unhappy. I think she feels respected. I mean, she's a multiple-time champion. I think for her brand, she's in the right place. WWE has got a bigger reach than what AEW does. It's on a bigger network than what AEW is. So I think that Charlotte's in the place that she needs to be. But if it all falls apart, if she feels disrespected, if she's not getting the money that she wants, or she doesn't quite like the booking, she can always see out her contracts and then go to AEW. So I think it's an option, but I don't think it's a given. Right. Getting your scores. What did you think of Smackdown? I don't know how you spell Roppongi. It's Bucks against Roppongi. Something like that. Right, getting your scores for SmackDown. I could easily see them throwing Naomi in a triple threat at Mania. I think WWE know that Ronda isn't super over, and she also just isn't a great wrestler, says Tyler. Hype Man said 775. I like the Rocky promo thing, the main event, the beginning, and the Goldberg Roman thing. Nick said 6 out of 10. It was best show ever. Austin said 6.5. 4, 6.5. What tag match are we going to get? Ronda Naomi versus Sonya Charlotte, or can they even coexist? It feels like that's a tag match that they absolutely could be booking, isn't it? So, David said, I love that main event. Dalton Knight said, I think I'm going to go tonight, back for some football, maybe some Olympics. Blaze said, the ramp almost got Ronda. She almost Titus O'Neill'd. Karen said 5. I can't think of any reason for Charlotte to go to AEW. Said Corvids. James said it's time for a million super kicks and flips. Yeah. Roppongi going and chasing after the Bucks. Is it me, or was tonight's SmackDown, brackets after everything that happened, just okay? Predictable? I don't think it was predictable. I think Charlotte winning clean without any outside interference, I must admit. You see, I think predictable is sometimes, I'm not saying you are, but sometimes it is overused, because Charlotte winning, I think, was predictable. But I think how Charlotte won wasn't predictable. I thought that there would be a Carmella or a Queen Zelina, and Charlotte wins clean. So I think Charlotte winning was predictable, but how she won, I think, was done in a way I wasn't expecting. I think I thought that they would suspend Ronda. They teased it, and then they didn't do it. They had Los Lotharios beating the New Day, which I don't think that was predictable. So I think there was a few things that was predictable. But then there was a few things that I actually thought was quite surprising about tonight's show. So I didn't mind tonight. I thought tonight was fine. I mean, I would probably give it I'm probably about a 6.5, 6.75. I'm definitely in the 6 to 6.75. That main event match was very good, but it was definitely the highlight of the show. The main event was the highlight. I don't think there was anything that was that level. So main event for me is what I enjoyed the most. But yeah, 6.75, something like that. Let's end the poll so that we can see a bit more of the chat. Get in your final votes if you do want to vote. Let's have a look. Hammer said 100 out of 10. That show was terrible. Worst show ever. It sucked. I wouldn't watch it again. I'm only kidding. It was about a 5. Master Chief said 6.25. So 8 to 10 got 31% of the vote. Some of that might be that we have like some hardcore WWE fans. Some of it might be that we people really enjoy the main event, and I think that could have influenced things as well. So I am surprised at 8 to 10. There was main event was very good, very, very good, but not enough to drag it into the 8 to 10 bracket for me personally. But 31%, nearly a third of you thought that it was, so fair play. 775, this is where it gets close. Look, 775, 28%. 6675, 26%. So people are sort of split between those two. As I said, I'm about 6'5", 6'7", so I can see that. I can see why that was close between those two. And then 5'7", or below at 13%. So that was 225 votes. So interesting poll coming through, and I think we can kind of agree it wasn't a disaster. The show wasn't a disaster. You know, I'm sure next week will be because it's pre-recorded and it's a go-home. But this week wasn't. So we got Hook in action tonight. We got AEW Tag Team Championship match coming up tonight. Justin says Danhausen is very good. Does Danhausen wrestle or is he a manager? Danhausen wrestles, but he broke his leg. So we don't know when we're going to see him actually wrestling. Right, the Roppongi down in the ring. Bucks in, going to the corner. I missed the show due to work. I hate nights on a break. Did I miss much? You missed a great main event between Naomi and Charlotte. Really delivered. Really enjoyable. Did you miss anything else? Just little bits, really. I don't think there was anything major. Los Lotharios beating New Day. Not a great Sami segment. I like it. The thing is, I like everyone involved, but the writing is rubbish, isn't it? Well, that's how I feel anyway. I feel that the what they have them do in that kind of time is rubbish. I'm sure you could come up with something much more entertaining. You know, I mean, you got Boogs, you got Nakamura, you got Sami Zayn, and that's what we end up getting. I don't know. So yeah, I mean, it's those kind of things that kind of brought the score down for me. Maybe Danhausen will show up with crutches and hit someone with them. He did just show up. He just showed up. I didn't see exactly what he was there to do, but we have seen him. He broke 2 bones in his leg. Not even 2.5 months ago. He won't be wrestling for a while, says Corvids. Isn't Rampage before SmackDown next week? I don't know if it is next week. I think it could be. I know there is one that's earlier soon, so it could be next week. And that'll be good. That'll be exciting. Yeah, I mean, I hope it stays there. I mean, I think it'd be a lot easier to watch if it was before, because we always talk about SmackDown. Like, I mean, we're nearly 10 minutes into this show, and we're still just finishing up conversations about SmackDown. And this is a week where there's nothing to rant about. Do you know what I mean? If there was something to rant about, then we could pretty much miss the whole of Rampage. So I think it's better for Rampage. It gets more of my attention if it was first, definitely. I look for Rampage to go big next week. They are the show leading into the NBA All-Star. It's at 7 p.m. Is that what's on, is it? Is the SmackDown going up against the NBA All-Star game? That's going to be difficult, isn't it, next week? If they've got to go up against the NBA All-Star game. Do you think T-Bar will be in 2K22? They're starting to announce the roster, aren't they? So I don't quite know where we've got with it. So I'm not sure. I would guess so. I mean, I'm guessing the whole roster will be in it. It ain't going to be great for your morale if you're on the active roster and you don't even make the game. So I've got to think he will be. I personally think SmackDown is the #1 show. I hate Raw. The creative on Raw is bad, and it needs to go to 2 hours like SmackDown, because the other hour are just unnecessary segments. Yes. But they get a lot of money from adverts, so they don't want to do that because they would be losing a lot of money. They get a lot of money from the adverts and the ad revenue, so 3 hours means that I think they're contracted to 3 hours, aren't they? The deal is for 3 hours. If they start doing 2, then that TV deal would be less money, and that's where they generate a lot of their money, majority of their money. Right, we've got all 4 people down. Less than a month away from Revolution, and the only ladder match announced. What else do you think will be on that card? Well, it's seemingly we're not done with CM Punk and MJF, so I'm guessing that. Although MJF has said that he would like to go after the title, so maybe we will be done with it, and then we get Hangman and MJF instead, but I'm thinking CM Punk MJF might conclude at Revolution. That would then mean that we need to get, a new opponent, because I don't know that Lance Archer's going to continue all the way till Revolution, so we might need to find a new opponent. Maybe Kenny comes back. So, yeah, I think, that might be what CM Punk does. Jurassic Express is sure to take on a decent team, could it be the Bucks? Could it be Gun Club? There's been some talk about Gun Club. That doesn't really strike me as a very exciting match, though. I'd like to know who. I'm sure Keith Lee will face someone. 1, 2. Yeah, I'm sure Keith Lee will face someone. Thank you for answering the questions. No worries. It's performances like that from Naomi that make me go, damn, I wish Ronda wasn't tied to SmackDown when Naomi's shine is the brightest that it's ever been. The crowd are chanting, this is awesome. Matt lands on his feet. Super kick, super kick. Going for the Meltzer driver. 1, 2. I'd say Adam Page will face Adam Cole at Revolution. Yes, good shout. Good shout. Jurassic Express Gun Club is tonight. Yeah, I mean, that doesn't strike me as being, that's just who they've been building towards. But, that doesn't strike me as being good enough for Revolution. I don't know, as I say, would it be the Bucks? It needs to be a big heel team. Maybe FTR? I don't know where people are in the rankings. Okay, the Bucks win. This is 2 minutes too long. They've passed the finish. Young Bucks win. I've got a feeling that Ortiz and Santana are going to be heels. Brandon Cutler is spraying the thing at Orange Cassidy. Orange punch by Orange Cassidy. Super kicks by the Bucks. Cassidy goes down. Jay White in the ring. Jay White jumps in. So Jay White is in the ring on Rampage. So Jay White in the ring. What are they doing with Jay White? So he was there. Wow, yeah. Yeah, he must have been, mustn't he? Why did they debut him the way they debuted him then? Kenny Omega's young boy has debuted. Is Jay White still in Impact? James Shadowt said Jay White is so damn good. Erasure Mind said, and the crowd goes mild for White. Karen said, I don't like Orange Cassidy. I'm just not a fan of the gimmick. I like Fruit Punch. Most of the crowd has zero idea who he is. Jay White doesn't feel big here. I like it a lot, though. He can really work. He is a good addition to this roster. But I'm just really surprised how they debuted him, just with like a little backstage thing. And then just a little run-in. I think you could really build him up, give him a massive entrance and make him feel huge. Make him feel big. They haven't quite done that yet. They need 3-on-3 when Kyle O'Reilly is back. Young Bucks and Jay White, Adam Cole, O'Reilly, and Fish. That'd be good. That'd be interesting. J14 said, I hope Adesanya loses. Israel, the last style bender. Did you see at the press conference, he had a necklace that had an NFT on repeat, and it was him knocking out Whitaker. I thought that was a heel move, a heelish thing to do. He's kind of playing the heel role a bit, Adesanya. Because Whitaker was like, they asked him, they're like, what do you think of that necklace? And he was like, it's a pretty cool necklace. I was like, oh, bless. Imagine sitting there and your opponent's got a necklace that's got a video clip on repeat of you getting knocked out by them. Like, that's a heel thing to do, man. Whitaker, I don't think Whitaker's said anything bad about Adesanya in the build to this. He's being quite respectful. Jay White is leading Bullet Club, and he's been wrestling all over. Jay White versus Eric Young at Impact No Surrender is going to be fire. The last style bender cannot be beaten. Jay White doesn't get any better. I did see him standing up for Joe Rogan. He did, yes. He said, that's my dog or something, didn't he? That's my dog. That's my man. It was, I think he also used the M word. But he what did he say? He said, I'm black. I can take this question. Which Dana had a little laugh at. There was another moment like that as well where there was a guy in the crowd. I don't know why. Ariel Hawani has made this comment, and he is right. The press conference is so unprofessional. It's like they just get fans up to ask questions. I don't actually know if they do or what happens, but they definitely do have some press as well. But someone got up and they was like, I got a question for Derek Lewis. Can you tell me where the best barbecue place is in Texas, in Houston, please? Derek Lewis, I mean, like, these are like fighters. These are not like, you'd imagine some probing questions about what's next or, you know, about the fight or a look back at their career. Instead, they got asked where's the best barbecue place in Houston. Derek Lewis was like, that's racist. Again, he was just joking. Like, this dude's like, no, I didn't mean. No, I didn't mean that. It's just because you're from Houston and I'm new round here. For some reason, the dude got Derek Lewis confused with the Houston Tourist Department. That's who he wanted. He needed to go to the Houston Tourist Center to find out where the best barbecue was. But Lewis was just having some fun. He said the pit stop, wherever that is. If you are in Houston, then maybe you've been to the pit stop. If not, that's where Derek Lewis recommends. We're backstage with Bryan Danielson. Khan called Jay on Sunday. Jay wasn't planned. I want to help build AEW. I got respect. What Lee needs. You can't teach him. He needs to learn violence. I can show you violence. Show me how much violence you've got inside you. That sounded a little bit kinky. I don't really understand. Someone in the chat says, what's John Jones doing there? That dude does look like John Jones. Right, here is Britt Baker, DMD. DMD. Britt Baker mouthing along with the intro. She is the AEW Women's World Champion. There's Rebel just came running out. She was a bit delayed. Where was Reba? Beat AEW, best AEW champion ever. The Doctor will see you. Robin Renegades. Britt Baker taking on Robin. Britt Baker against Robin Renegades. Imagine not doing the DMD. How did you not do the DMD? It took all of my power to fight it, but I managed to fight it. Nice takeover by Robin Renegade. I haven't seen this. Someone's saying Jobbin Robin. I haven't seen Robin before. Thank good CYM Wrestling signed Taylor Rotunda and Kurian Cross, two of the greatest wrestlers out there. Thank you, Adam and EC3. Oh, change your narrative. Is that a promotion, is it? I don't even know what that is. Thunder Rosa should be the one to dethrone Britt Baker, and it should be the main event of a pay-per-view, says James. I'm calling a Robin Renegade upset, says Brad. Do the DMD. You can do it. DMD. I think Britt Baker gets attacked. Right, well, Britt Baker. In control, but Robin with a Enziguri. Big chops coming in, forearm strike. Big chop, no joy. Into the corner goes Britt. Double knees. She gets slammed down. Stomping away by Britt Baker. I like the fact that in this venue, the WrestleMania 4 and 5 one, it's a shame that WWE don't do that. Like, they could have gone back to this venue, shown little clips of WrestleMania 4 and 5, had the wrestlers come down the same way, like, through the crowd. Right, could have done that. Would have been awesome. Robin is one half of the Renegade Twins. Have you seen the report that said Mia Yim is not AEW bound? I've not seen that, no. Not seen that. I want Ember Moon and Mia Yim to come to AEW just so Britt can beat them and build her credibility as champion. Britt has got her knee on the back of Robin's head. Britt is tweeting whilst having this match. Is she? Wow, that is special. That is why she is DMD. That is exactly why. This is probably better than the Russian Mania. The Russia Mania. Was there one in Russia? Hello, welcome to WrestleMania. I'd watch that. Oh, I'd watch that, let me tell you. WWE back to this venue would be awesome. That would make too much sense, though. It would have made too much sense. Days, don't listen to those fake Brit fans in the chat. Where is Lana? Where is Lana? You call this a women's division and there's no Lana. Pfft. Disgraceful. Kick to the midsection by Britt Baker. Jonathan said, Mamma Mia, she's not that good. It is a promotion. CYN has 4 events live booked so far for TV and pay-per-view, and they've been signing tons of people. So that's what he's going to do then. He's going to wrestle for the CYN and EC3. They've made their own promotion. On. We've gone to commercial break. Commercial break. Minty said no Deeb on this show. No Deeb. Britt, the only champion right now who can tweet and fight at the same time. Right, well, we are at commercial break. We've got about half an hour to go. You forgot about Britt Baker on your background. I didn't make this background. This is actually an AEW background, so they forgot about their own talent. Got Jade, though. Got Jade. So that's good. Mitchell said, USA just won gold in snowboard snowcross. It's really heartwarming because we had a 49-year-old who's never won a medal and got gold. Oh, I'd love to watch that. I'd love to have watched that. 49-year-olds won a medal in snowboard snowcross. Oh, I'd love to watch that. Damn it. I love seeing boomers succeed. I love seeing boomers succeed. Oh. Well, I mean, that's just life, isn't it? When we're watching AEW and we're watching Smackdown, it's the boomers will rise. The boomers will rise. Rise of the boomers. Big splash. She's doing all right here, this Robin, you know. She's doing all right. I like this Robin. AEW and Tony forgetting about the women. Britt. Nice roll. Kick by Britt. Another kick by Britt. Britt going over. Talking some trash to Robin. Duck underneath. Forearm strike. Nice. Swinging net breaker. Oof. Curb stomp. Curb stomp by Britt. Rare ball. Smile on the face of Britt Baker. DND. She's got the glove. She is going to... they're ringing the bell. It's a classic wrestling thing, isn't it? Where they just keep ringing the bell after a match. Just in case the wrestler doesn't know the match is over. Here's Thunder Rosa smashing into Rebel. Takedown by Thunder Rosa. Starts unloading forearms onto Britt. Britt's blocking them. Jamie Hayter making her way down. Double axe handle to the back of Thunder Rosa. Oh, backbreaker. Stomps coming in by Jamie Hayter. Here's Mercedes Martinez. Mitchell said he's 40. Sorry for that typo. Still amazing. It's not the same. He's not a boomer if he's 40. It's not the same. That's disappointing. I'm disappointed now. I thought the boomers had risen. Hook in action versus QT Marshall's top student, Blake Lee. He's only 40. He's only 40. Come on, ladies. Hug it out. I'm so hyped for Britt versus Rosa. I love they're slowly building towards it. Jay said, I real fan would admit 360 Rosa is definitely taking the title. Blaze said, I'm a boomer. Thanks for hoping that I succeed. I'll be 49 this summer. I do hope you succeed. I do. Get yourself into them Winter Olympics. Well, actually, don't, because it turns out the person was 40. So, I don't want to say you've got no hope now of winning a Winter Olympic gold medal, but I'm disappointed they're not 49. I'm sure the boomers' time will come. The boomers shall rise. Right. Talking of boomers. Here's someone that isn't one. It's Hook. Hook versus... can't remember the guy's name. Was it someone Lee, wasn't it? 7-5. I think Jay White is, at the moment, driving a wedge between Cole and the Bucks as Jay and Kenny don't get on. And at the moment, O'Reilly is away with his new kid, and he and Bobby were annoying the Bucks. Ledger Killer said, we got Hook. We got some Hook. Hook. In the ring, goes over to the corner. Does his little pose. Blake Lee making his AEW debut. Referee coming over saying it's time. Right, let's watch. Let's see what we've got. I mean, I'm guessing it's going to be more of the same. Grabs the leg. Pushes Lee down. Lee taking a moment to look around at the crowd. Going for a nice, really good takedown defense. Love that takedown defense by Hook. That's really good. That's really good. Lee trying to lunge in and take Hook down. If you see, he actually slides backwards to avoid being taken down. And he manages to get Lee into the corner. Throws in some great-looking strikes. Flips over. Lovely. Round the back. Looking for gut wrench. Gets a gut wrench suplex. Lands. Flips up. And yeah, he's just so impressive. He's so impressive. Everything he throws in just so legit. Look at that throw. Look at that throw. That beautiful hip toss. Now he's working on the shoulder. QT is getting up. Yeah, QT jumps back down as Hook goes over. He's a bit distracted. Back elbow. Lee tries to do a crossbody and Hook just steps out the way. He is just toying with him. Hook is amazing, says Tahil. AEW signed 6 to 8 free agents. They can't afford to buy any more. I like that from Jericho. Jericho says, look at his boots. They're not even scuffed. Lovely tap. Lovely tap out. Great performance again. More of the same, but if more of the same means more great wrestling, laying it in, looking like a badass. That's what he delivers. He's in, he's out. I like that from Jericho. Jericho saying, look at his boots. They're not even scuffed. Such an interesting observation. Because it is true. Hook is going to be nasty in the video game. Ronnie said, can I give you a shout out? Do it. Do it. I am really liking Hook. He's very good. He is very good. Akari Shida is doing a Q&A on Twitter. She was asked, what's your favourite part of All Elite? And she responded, sitting in catering. Wow, that's the wrong attitude. That shouldn't be her favourite part. That shouldn't be her favourite part, should it? I mean, I'm sure the catering is good, but she should really be trying to get onto the show. So, I think that's very disappointing from Akari Shida. But maybe it's great. I don't know. I should imagine they spend well on catering. Imagine that, getting paid and all you have to do is just go and just enjoy the catering. Hang out backstage, have a chat with some people. God. Brilliant. Hookamania, I like what they're doing with Hook, but the jobber wasn't a good jobber. Hook has it all, just need to hear him talk, says Tahil. I can't wait for the AEW game to come out and for WrestleCode. But I've never heard of WrestleCode. What's that one? Is that the Summer Underground one? There was an Summer Underground, wasn't there? Perhaps they've changed the name. WrestleCode. Hulkamania, what is Jericho implying? Is he going to make Hogan hate her, wonder, and nervous? You said she would lose to Ruby. You're wrong again, says Austin. Austin and J14 having a lover's tiff right now. Catering is where all careers go to die. Keep Hook away from catering. I need to see Hook tested before I will call him good, says. Right, where are we? 20 minutes to go. 20 minutes to go. 20 minutes to go. Minty said WrestleCode had better be good or else. Virtual basement. That's what I was thinking of. In my head, it was underground, I think. Virtual basement. Yes. I remember it as virtual basement. Well, I don't remember it as that clearly, but that's what I know it as. I didn't know it was called Wrestling Code now. Hook doesn't need catering. He has his chips. I don't get the hype for Hook. Dom is better, says Nelson. Straight up. Dom is better. Hook just smoked John Legend. The problem with John Legend is he's just ordinary people. He's not a wrestler. He's just ordinary people. Yes, well done. Well done. He did look like John Legend. Eric said, my son Jack is 8 years old. Made a catering shelf for his future endeavored figures. Amazing. Right, main event time. Let's get it on. It's time for our main event. Jurassic Express versus Gun Club. So, Gun Club taking on Jurassic Express. You finally made a statement. Well done. USA men's play Canada tonight at 11:10 in the hockey. For what it's worth, John Legend would be a good pro wrestling name. John Legend. Gun Club escaped dark. Oh, I'm sure they'll be right back there soon enough. It's time for the main event. Here we go. Inner Circle implodes Jericho and Hager versus Santana and Ortiz. So we've got that. We've got Mercedes Martinez against Thunder Rosa in a no DQ match. Wardlow takes on Max Caster for the Face of the Revolution qualifying. Bryan Danielson takes on Lee Moriarty. Sammy Guevara takes on Darby Allin. Dante Martin takes on Powerhouse Hobbs in a Face of the Revolution qualifying match. Trent Beretta takes on Jay White. Next week's Rampage, and it is going to be the hour before SmackDown. Jay White is on next week's SmackDown. Next week's Rampage, and it is the hour before. Well, I don't know if that has been announced somewhere else, but why is this all so low-key? Why is everything about Jay White so low-key? The way that he got, like, introduced was like a little backstage thing, and it was quite low-key. They brought him out here in the ring, and it didn't feel big time. Like, the crowd weren't going crazy. It didn't feel like... It felt low-key. And now they've just announced that he's going to be on Rampage in just an announcement. It's all... I don't understand why it's all so low-key. Perhaps it's just because they've got him on loan or something. They're just, borrowing him for a bit. Maybe they just don't want to put too much hype behind him because he's not an AEW superstar. Like, he's still under contract with New Japan. Here's Jurassic Express. Why would AEW give us Guevara Derby now and not save it for Evolution? Homicide was on NWA Power earlier tonight. Jay White wrestling on AEW WTF. Jay White just had a Ringside Collectibles exclusive figure, says Eric. Talk about it. Hook is 5-0, 5 wins away from a world title match. What is that? What does that mean? Do you get a world title match if you win 10? I don't know what that is. I've never heard that rule. So if you win 10 matches, you get a world title match. Is that a rule? I've never heard of that. I don't get it. AEW Impact are treating him completely different, says James. Tony did talk about Jay White and said he was debuted like that for a reason. You will see a lot from Jay White in AEW in the future. Master Chief said, I feel like Danielson is not faring that great so far. He's been awesome, but he needs some wins. It's because the Revolution ladder match winner is going to be Sami's opponent. That's why they're doing the Derby match now. Daniel said that's not a rule in AEW. Are you doing Winter Olympics after this? Yes. John said, Days, if Lewis wins, Ty has to do a cuppy. And if Ty wins, Lewis does a shoey. Is this true? What the hell's a cuppy? Just drink out of a cup. A cup is that what? UFC's gone weird. UFC has gone weird. A cuppy? Did you see at the press conference, Tai Tuivasa's releasing his own shoe for people to drink out of, but it looks like it's just a bottle in the shape of a shoe. So it looks like you can drink, and it's just a bottle in the shape of a shoe. I think what people want is they want, like to drink, like feel at least like you're drinking out of a shoe. I don't quite know what the product is because Dana said he was going to drink out of it, and then I never saw him actually do it. But for those of you that don't know, Tai Tuivasa is a fighter, and when he wins, he celebrates by getting someone's shoe from the crowd. They put a beer in it, and he drinks out of the shoe. It's called a shoey, and UFC fans love it. I think it's I mean, it would get over in wrestling if they did it in pro wrestling. People would love it. But Tai Tuivasa now has made something. It was at the press conference that you could buy. That means you could do shoeys at home. But I mean, you could do a shoey at home anyway. But I'm guessing this is just like a plastic container in the shape of a shoe. But yeah, I didn't see Dana use it. Dana got given one, but he didn't actually use it. He said he would, and he lied, I think. It's confirmed Ronda and Naomi versus Charlotte Sonya at Elimination Chamber. That is the third women's match at Saudi. That's gross to drink out of someone's shoe. It is, but that's what Tuivasa does. He's known for the shoeys. Tag, in comes Jungle Boy. Is Wrestle Code just the name of the game? That's not a shoey. On Wednesday, it was supposed to be Keith only, but that wasn't Forbidden Door, so Tony called Jay. Derek Lewis threw his cup from his shorts into the crowd in the last fight. That's what a cuppy is. Referring to, said he'll drink out of the cuppy. Oh, no. No. So the cup is the what you wear over your privates to stop you getting hurt. That cup. I'm so innocent. I thought you meant they just got a cup and he drank out of a cup and that was a cuppy. But you mean he takes his thing out from and he has to drink out of that? No. 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 Matthew said Charlotte and Sonya versus Naomi Ronda would be a good one. No, I can't stop thinking about it. Daniel said, yeah, that type of cup. The cup that protects your dong. No. This is going to start to be a thing, isn't it? This is going to start to be a thing. Oh, my God. I haven't heard about this. This is news to me. A cuppy? Oh, there might be some throwing up during the stream. It's worth buying the pay-per-view just to see if he's going to do a cuppy. So is he going to drink your dong juice? Blaze Radio says no. Dong soup. Dong soup. Dong soup. I don't want to live in a world where that's a thing. I don't want to live in a world where that's something that happens. Don't they have holes in? I'm sure they have holes in to allow air circulation. So how's that going to work? I mean, in many ways, that's not the biggest problem. That's not the biggest problem. But I'm sure they have little, like, a few holes in. Got to let it breathe, haven't you? Do you know what I mean? Got to get some air around there. Creme of dong. Sweden beat Canada 7-6 in the women's curling. Days, I'm drinking out of my cup right now. Cup is for everyone. Minty said you'd need to pay me to do a cuppy. Google cups. Why? Oh, I suppose could to see if it's got holes in it. Cup for fighting. That's probably the better way of doing it. Yeah, they do. Well, some have holes, some don't, in all fairness. Yeah, some have got holes in. There's one here that's got a couple of holes in that got broken. And it kind of sums up how I feel. This is a broken cup. I've got one here that's a broken cup. That's exactly how I feel about this. That is exactly how I feel. Oh, looks like it's making that noise. Oh, I don't like it. Oh. I don't know why I keep making that noise. Jungle Boy getting slammed down. We've got 6 minutes to go. 6 minutes to go. I feel like that cut moment will make it to Twitter. That was classic. Listen, if he drinks out of it, that's going to make it to Twitter, Facebook, and everywhere. Those would be perfect eye holes. Right, he's trying to drag in Luchasaurus. German suplex. Those are perfect eye holes. The worst feeling I have is a tight cup. What? Jungle Boy on his feet, charging over, in between the legs, tag, in comes Luchasaurus, clothesline, back chop, clothesline, big boot, Luchasaurus, hot tag, into the corner. Colliding into the corner. And again, Luchasaurus just hurling himself into both members of the Gun Club. Clothesline, both go down. Luchasaurus fired up. Isn't there a similar noise to a certain member of the chat breastfeeding? What? How have you heard? J14, how have you heard the noise of one of our members of the chat breastfeeding? I don't even know what's happening right now. Oh, I'll tell you what's happening. Jurassic Express are about to win. That's what's happening. Slam down. It was a really good hot tag. Is Shaun White playing today at the Olympics? I think that was his only thing, to be honest. How about a shoey and a cuppy? It's just all awful. It's all of it is awful. Jungle Boy on his feet. Luchasaurus on his feet. Goes for a strike. Strike lands on Jungle Boy. Over the top rope goes Luchasaurus. Slides out the ring. Luchasaurus face first into the edge of the ring. Jungle Boy. Oh, collides into the back of Luchasaurus. Jungle Boy making a mistake there. Has Danhausen shown up tonight? Yes. I've seen his YouTube channel. I'm not sure I could take him seriously as champion. I don't think he'll be champion. Christian stops the cheating. Christian getting slammed into the ring steps. They're going to try and cheat again with the tag belts. Nails Jungle Boy. Jungle Boy goes down. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Matthew says, any Mandy Rose matches coming up? Next week she defends, doesn't she? Does she defend the women's title? No, she did it this Wednesday, didn't she? So, I mean, there will be. I don't think she's on this week's show. But she's always around. She's the women's champion, so tune in on a Tuesday to NXT and you're sure to see her. Getting pulled out the ring. But she took on Kaylee Ray on this week's show. Thrown into the crowds. If they win, I'll do a cup, he says, Minty. Kill switch by Jungle Boy. 2, 3, and it's over. Days, I'm glad you're still here. I was stressed out. My cat is LJ, not doing the best. I had to take him to the vet, pray for my cat. I'm sorry to hear that, bud. But if he's got to go to the vet, that's, the best place for him to go and get checked over, isn't it? Right, well, there we go. Well done to Jurassic Express, get in your thoughts. Get in your thoughts, because that was our final match of Rampage. And we are going to wrap up soon and go to Winter Olympics. Take about 15 minutes. WWE just announced Ronda Naomi against Charlotte Sonya at Elimination Chamber. Crowd care more about the music than that match. Whoa, 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 whoa. It's gonna be a slam dunk. 8 said Zachary. 8.5 said Cheese Whiz. 5.5 says Eric. 8 says Kristen. 6.5. 6. Austin said wasn't really paying attention. Vengeance Day is this Tuesday. Yep. Ledge Killer said I like Rampage. 675. Give us Billy and Christian next week. Dylan says 6. LT says 8. Jonathan said 8.8. And Bulo says 6. Sonny said Dong Soup. Lee said 4. Austin says 6. Cuppy out of 10. Zoom Station says 6. People firing in their scores. Minty said 5. No Deeb. Tahil says 7. Kyle says 6. Hokey Man said 8.79. Jilly says 8. Daniel says 7. Brendan says 10. Legend Killer says 6.5. Pretty decent. 6.75. Legend Killer says 6.5. Heather enjoyed it. 7.5. All around 6s and 7s for this one. 6.75. 6.5 says Ledge Killer. So there we go. That was Rampage and Smackdown. We are done. So yeah, appreciate the support. Appreciate people joining us for tonight and this week's show. We are going to be back in about 15 minutes for the Winter Olympics over on the other channel. I seriously don't even know what's happening tonight, so we'll find out together. So I'm just going to go set that up, see if I can quickly grab something to eat. Go and watch whatever's going to be on over there. And then we've got the Man United match. And then I'm going to have a sleep. And then we're back with UFC 271. So lots happening over the next 24 hours. It's a pretty frantic, pretty busy 24 hours. 48 hours if you include the Super Bowl, which I do because we are doing it. So plenty going on. So appreciate the support. I'll see some of you whenever on this channel again, or I'll see you in a bit over on Football Days. Awesome, guys. Thanks for watching. Bye for now.